And just at the starting line. Here's Mr. Citro. Once again, guys, if you want to get your youngsters into either junior street or high school, this is the man to see. Our Marana High School shop teacher. But he also runs two programs here at the racetrack, junior street and high school. He's here in his big block powered Ford Mustang, left lane 652 dial. Up against AJ Crater. Crater in the Parasitic Psycho Mustang. A little evolution in Mustangs for you. The 01 Mustang, 4.6 liter in the right-hand lane with an 841 dial. And the 87 Mustang left lane with a 652 dial. Wow, AJ with a 005 knocked the tree down already, goes about 17 up on his dial. Had a 5 light, took the stripe by 82. Left Chris had, Chris had a 74 light, so he was 7 back already, and he was only 4 up on his dial. So the win goes to AJ at 843. Here's Mr. Wolfmeyer, 72 Vega. 383 cubic inches of small block stroker motor, 696 dial left lane, up against Adriel Lopez. Adriel in the 2014 rear engine dragster. Comes out of Bisbee, 541 on the window. Pretty close on reaction timers here. And looks like Adriel backed up just a little bit because he's only going 125 miles an hour. He had a couple in the bank. Goes 58 on a 41. Marvin took the stripe by 18. Still took too much of it, goes under his 96 with a 92 at 98. So Adriel Lopez will take that win. Here's Jeremy Plyer. What a good looking Nova this is. Yanko clone, 72 Nova, up against Chris Stout. Chris in the 73 Vega, 714 against a 534. Of course, the 714 leaves first. And Jeremy, that wheels up launch, gonna chase down the Vega. The Vega looking over his right shoulder. Oh, and does it. Wow. Took a stripe by 28, had a 003 reaction time, then goes 39 on that 14 because he was looking over his right shoulder, but he had about 3 Huns stuffed in the bank and takes the win at 79 miles an hour. Dave Hicks and Steve Valdez. Valdez in the Vega, 662 right-hand lane. Hicks in the Camaro left-hand lane, 622. 4 Hun here at the starting line. A little separation. The 71 Vega against the 68 Camaro. Better reaction time goes to the winner. Takes 10 at the stripe. Goes 2 up on the dial. Had 4 put away. And goes 110 miles an hour into round number 2. For Mr. Dave Hicks. Here's the Dirty Bird, Kyle Fritz. 1989 Pontiac. 746 dial left lane, up against Dave Dudley's good-looking black 1970 Chevelle. The Chevelle was 677 dial. And the green wind lights come on for Kyle Fritz. Took the stripe by 60, margin of victory 604. Dudley had a better light by about 5 thou. But Kyle gets closer to the number. He was only 14 up. Dave was about 18 up at 99 miles an hour. Kyle Fritz with the win. Here's Trevor Ward. It's not Trevor, it's TJ. TJ is in the Camaro today. See Trevor standing out there behind him. No, Trevor's been running it all weekend. TJ's going to run it. So Charlie Jermaine in the Nova, looking for a 676. Oh, TJ, not what he wants to do. I believe he is double entered though, so he'll be back around on a double breakout win. Charlie takes it only about 4 under at 100 miles an hour. TJ takes a stripe by 22, but goes further under. Margin of victory 42 10,000ths. John Cavallero, 67 Camaro, 540 cubic inches, 647 dial. Looks like Regan's going to change that dial. She wants a 32, not a 37. So that's the way you got to do it. Once you pull up there and accept the dial that's on the scoreboard, that's yours. So make sure it's right by the time you pull up there. Again, better reaction times. Liable to take it away. See if it happens. Nope, doesn't. Looks like Regan had a little better light. A 60 light to a 105. Cavallero got it. Goes 51 on a 47 at 98 miles an hour. Well, I'm not sure why Regan changed it, because she was a 766 on that 32. So put her further away. All right, Manny Lopez, 709, right lane Camaro. The Hound Dog, left lane, 681 dial. And a win. Takes a stripe by 111. Takes the win by about 12 hundredths of a second. 94 miles an hour to the Hound Dog. Here's Jeff Hall, left lane, Falcon, 64 Ford Falcon. Now, he won a whole bunch of rounds yesterday as well, looking for a 658 this time. Up against Benjamin Borquez in that new bodied style Challenger. That's a 21 Hellcat. Comes out of Wilcox. 735 is the dial. In our American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. Again, let's see if that better reaction time takes it away. It does this time. 004, and then still takes a stride by 55. Benjamin looking for a 35, but his numbers started with a 1.178. So gives a stripe to Cliff, even though he had a whole bunch in the bank. It looks like he gets the win. 66 on a 58 at 89 miles an hour for Cliff Hall. Wes Snodgrass, left lane, 67 Nova, 608 dial. I guess Mike Graham. Red light start for Snodgrass. Graham looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Will take the win. Would have gone under, but hey, it doesn't matter. He's looking at the win lights on, and his scoreboard goes 98 miles an hour. After an 89 reaction time. Aaron McCammond, El Camino. Rob Khalil, Barracuda. Cuda left lane, 669 dial. El Camino right lane, 612. 24. The 70 El Camino against the 66 Barracuda. Anywhere. So not sure what happened, but it does look like the Barracuda is not going to make this trip. So free time run up more or less for Aaron, and he goes 25, so he's 12 up on a 57 light at 108 miles an hour. Yep. Hopefully he was kind of looking over his left shoulder there and not going to go under that dial. Otherwise, that wouldn't have gotten the wind for him. So once again, we do want to say a thanks out to Rob Khalil. He was the gentleman that bought a whole bunch of those 50-50 big wheel tickets, won it, and turned it right back around to the big wheel. So thank you, Rob. Here's Mr. Zinzalita coming out of Flagstaff in that 69 Roadrunner. He's looking for a 599 up against Buddy Jensen's 64. That is not Buddy Jensen. That's Tatum Marconi. Tatum Marconi. Tatum Marconi in that 66 Dodge Coronet. 440 cubic inches. Got a pair of Pentastars on the starting line. Kurt Zinzalita, 69 Roadrunner. Kurt all the way down from Flagstaff with a 599. Tatum with a 665. Looks good. Of course, Zinzalita been racing for 3 days, so he knocks down a 007, takes the stripe by 42 ten-thousandths of a second, goes about 6 up on his dial at 101 miles an hour for the win. Tatum left a whole bunch at the starting line, 5 up here, and then goes 2 up on the dial. But Kurt Zinzalita gets the win by 42 ten-thousandths of a second. Here's Justin Terrell. Justin was up a little while ago, earlier, to pick up a check from, I think, Friday in his Chevelle. He's looking for a 687. Lonnie Andazola in the Camaro wants a 662. Oh, Lonnie taps the brakes just a little bit, but he still takes a stripe by 88 and gives the win to Justin Terrell. Justin only 7 thou under. Margin of victory about 1800 goes to Justin after an 18 light, so he had about 10 stuffed away. That'll take the win at 100 miles an hour. Monique Allen, left lane, Corvette 680 dial up against Eric Daniels Vega. The Vega's looking for a 641 in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane. It's a 1976 Vega. Again, double green light start. Let's see if the better reaction time over there in the right lane. Yep, takes the win. Took the stripe and takes the win. 34 at the stripe. 7 up on the dial. 99 miles an hour. Eric Daniels gets it. Had 5 put away here at the starting line and goes 7 up on the dial. Well, about 6.3, but he'll take it. Here's Joe Cox. Joe Cox in the Valiant. The Valiant 694 on the window up against Mike Heath. Mike down out of Cottonwood in the 67 Camaro. 646 on the window for the white Camaro. So not a whole lot's going to separate them here at the starting line. About 5. Of course, when Joe turns on the red light, that 007 green is an automatic free time run for Mike Heath. Wow, and he only went under by 1/1000th of a second. It could have been an 8 package. Well, I guess it still is an 8 package, but the stripe is red at 103. I believe that's Ken Gorman. Can't quite see through the smoke. 797C anyway, if it is Ken Gorman. 674 for the Challenger in the right-hand lane. Again, the smoke's just kind of hanging in the air, so I'm not sure if that's Ken or not. But we know it's Victor Sandoval here on the tower side with a 598 dial in the slammed Chevelle. Yeah, it does look like Ken. Oh, goes red by 45. But wow, look at Victor, 001, and then goes only about 19 up on the dial. Ken still takes the stripe, but that 45 red cost him the race. Victor with a 001 and then only 19 up on the dial at 114 miles an hour. Here's Mr. Pelkey, Monte Carlo, 652 left lane. Up against Chloe Lippin. Chloe 629 in a Spitzer chassis right lane. Both of them big block Chevys. Chloe out first. Chloe at the stripe first. 633. Better light goes to Mark. 79 to an 88. But Chloe gets the win at 110 miles an hour. Mr. DeBrocke, Tim DeBrocke, ADRA president. Last couple of 3-4 years, it's been a while for Tim. 68 Dodge Dart, Timmy's Toy, up against Thad Card. Thad with a 3-time run. Looking at the win lights on his scoreboard as Tim red light by 28. Wow. Then goes 25 on a 19 at 92 miles an hour. Thad goes under. Had it dialed up just a little soft, so now he knows what's going to do for round number 2 at 96 miles an hour. Carson Heath and Kim Zimmerman. Kim wants a 734 in the Dart. She's in the left lane. Carson, he's in the Nova and wants a 704. So 3 separates him at the starting line. Both of them in the pre-stage and stage. Tree goes red. We do have the company link system. Carson Heath will take the win as Carson has the best red light. 10 to a 17. Goes 07 on an 04. 95 miles an hour. Kimmy goes 35. 15 up. Stripe by 22 at 91 miles an hour. Dean Cummins. Nova. 592 right lane. Matt Hawk. Maverick left lane 742. Better reaction time goes to Matt. And so does the win at a 26 to a 59. Matt only 18 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 59. 86 miles an hour. Cummins goes 96, 4 up as well. But when Matt takes the stripe by 59, almost 60, he'll get the win at 86 miles an hour. Here's last night's and the night before pro winner. I believe Ken doubled up both Friday and Saturday. Takes home a Wally yesterday. He's here in the left lane in the 71 Vega. And again, doesn't matter if he's in the Nova or in the Vega, always in the winner's circle. Got a 676 on the window this time. Luis Valenzuela, Now he's out to stop Passerby here in round one with a 5:57. Green line start. Once again, better light. We'll see what it plays out at the 660-foot mark. Well, Passerby, I don't know how many rounds he's gone in the last 2 days, but he just went another one. He was only 4 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 56. Wow, Luis, 1:05 reaction time. Only 14 up on the dial, but gives Passerby the stripe by 56, and he takes it by 4 at 96 miles an hour. Heath Hawthorne, 695 dial left lane, up against Derek Fisher. Derek's looking for a 651 in the Fairmont. Now the Fairmont over there in the American Walk-In Coolers right lane, 1980 Fairmont. So of course the 695 left lane will leave first. That Shoebox Nova. Fisher's got a lay chase. Can he get there in time? Oop, can't do it. He had a better light, 53 to a 77. Gave Heath the stripe. Looks like he backed up just a little bit because he had some in the bank, but goes 5 up on the dial at 101 miles an hour. So Heath will take the win. Go only 15 up. Took the stripe by 17, a 2 mark at 99 miles an hour. Here's Jeff Lee. Now Jeff had a little trouble yesterday. It was kind of peeing on the pavement, but it looks like they've got that taken care of. So he's back to go rounds today in the AMX. 390 cubic inches. There you go. There's a round one win as Andy, red light by 0.02 of a second, then goes 793. Wow. Talk about dialed up soft. And of course, Jeff Lee, way tardy. 265 on the tree, and then goes double 4 on the 46 at a 105. Here's Craig Sauerbaugh, 96 Firebird, up against Tim O'More in the 1988 Camaro. Camaro's dialed in a 579. Pontiac's dialed in a 696. Little small block powered Pontiac going to take on the big 468 cubic inches of Chevrolet power left lane. Of course, the Pontiac's going to leave first with that 696. Ease up launch. Again, better reaction time. Let's see how that plays out at the 660. Yep, that in favor of Craig. Craig had a 004 to Tim's 39. Now, Tim is very seldom late, and he was a little tardy on that one. 39 to a 004. Sauerbaugh takes the stripe by 31. Only 3 up on his dial, so played out at the big end. 31 there, 96 miles an hour.
Well, Bruce turned into the banker, so I'm going to fill in for a second. Chuck Hawken left side, Rob Strong in the right. They are dialed almost heads up. Almost. There was supposed to be 300 difference in the time when they left, but there was, well, way more than that. And Chuck taking care of business down there off the throttle, 709, 87 miles an hour. Rob Strong goes 7:01, had a reaction time, started with a 1, and nothing he did at the other end was going to save him from that. Tyler Sally now. 72 model Dart. It's got the classic license plates on it. Do love the classic collectible. Mark Johns. Mark Johns was the one guy who was disappointed about the run for the money not happening today, because yesterday when we ran for the money, he ran away with the money.
Thanks, guys.
You know the old deal, right? Like go on and take the money and run. That's what Mark did. Mustang is predicting a 637, a 1 Mississippi head start. 2 bulbs is going to be the countdown here. As the dart goes bump, 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 bump. Green, the 318 is out there. The 351 Ford is closing in, and he is rapidly running out of real estate. Ain't happening. Tyler Sally goes dead 5 for the win. He took himself a pretty good chunk down at the other end, but he gets away with it, running dead on 5. 41 on 37 for Mark Johns. He was a couple of hun behind on reaction time as well. Tyler Sally will advance. Andy Kimball now rolls up in his Mustang. Mach 1. How come there wasn't ever a Mach 2 or a Mach 3? Or a Warp? That would have been a good Warp 6. Scotty, Warp 6. Darwin LaFord in the right side. 73 model Camaro. Off and running, the Ford versus Chevrolet matchup is going to go the Ford's way. Darwin missed the tree, and he's well back of his prediction. Andy Kimmel with loads of room crosses the stripe at 96 miles an hour and takes the win at a 7:07. As I said, he had loads of room. Comes Bob Cohen now in that 69 C10. That thing's got so many wheel tubs, such big wheel tubs in the back of it, you couldn't even put a piece of plywood back. Well, I guess you could on top. I'm guessing he probably didn't use that much for hauling plywood anyway. Tony Marconi over on the right side. The topless Arrow. A little chilly this morning to be driving a Roadster, don't you think? I thought about it on the way out, but I decided now we're going to leave the top up. Actually, I guess technically that's... yeah, that's a Roadster. I was looking down there. I think I was seeing the back of the Cal Scoop. It looked like half a windshield, but... Cohen going to get the win here. He goes dead on 5, taking the W. Their 4th outpart in reaction time. Call that a coin flip. Bob runs dead 5. Marconi runs 1 above. Game over. Jimmy Maddox on the left side. John Schur in the right. John Schur, the Mr. Magoo. I actually had a chance to chit-chat with John a little bit yesterday. Feeling good, loving life. Back in good health. And great to see Mr. Magoo back on the racetrack. Jimmy Maddox over here on the left side. Take a real good look at the graphics on the side of Maddox's car. I don't know who did the airbrush work, but man, that is sweet. John Schur gets the win. Basically had that baby in the bank at this end of the racetrack. Runs 80 on a 76 and got there first. Jimmy Maddox broke out crossing second. You can probably figure out the math on that one, right? Larry Cannon now. 454 powered Chevelle. Larry had a pretty good ride last night. John Amsted's over on the right side. Man, they're throwing stuff around over there. Both drivers off and away. John took the head start. Larry's chasing. It's going to come down to John 024, and then puts up trips. Larry Cannon went by at 110 miles an hour, and he went 610 on a 612. Again, reaction was a coin flip. John Osmond's got down there parked. Larry Cannon got fed the stripe and broke out. Marcus Ocampo, Mustang left side. Rich Haney, Mustang right side. Which one do you like better? There's like a half a generation there between the 66 and the 68. Couple of coupes bumping their way in. Wow, Haney's car's got a parachute on the back of it. That is a sign of I'm fast. Unfortunately, he was too fast. Smashing the gas at this end of the racetrack. 53 on the red side of the tree. 670 on the 662 for Ocampo. Won that one on the starting line. Jessica Robinson on the left side. Joe Kidd in the right. The Nova and the Boo, basically the same car, just a different generation. The Malibu took over as like the, personal transportation. Mid-sized family model, which is what the Nova was way back in the day. Junior Street High School, come on down. Motorcycles, come on down. Junior Street High School and motorcycles to the lanes, please. Joe Kidd goes 003 dead 8. Game over. Jessica got there first but broke out doing it. She had no chance to win the race. Did a nice job on the drive. Jessica got there first by 003 and broke out by a bunch. It's kind of an interesting matchup here. Love the little 23T bucket over here on the left side. Motorcycles, come on down. Junior Street High School, come on down. Nicole McFarland, driving the little 23T over here. Nicole just kind of getting her feet wet. In the altered, T.J. Ward in the right side. Man, that Camaro, they're wearing that Camaro out this weekend. A lot of different drivers, a lot of laps up and down the racetrack. Nicole's car kind of sputtered, and quit on the starting line, and T.J., 687, 100 miles an hour, never lifted. Yo, TJ. I'm not trying to run your program, but as a general rule, when your opponent is sitting dead on the starting line, you lift. At least I would. Say, Nicole is just kind of getting her feet wet, getting used to the ride down there. She goes ahead and drives her on down just for funsies. Hey, sportsman, you can go ahead and head this direction as well, please. Motorcycles, you need to be headed this way. Junior Street High School, come on down. And sportsmen, round number 1 to the lanes. Obviously, double ups. In the sportsman category, you need to head up first. Stan Hammond left. Billy McDaniel right. 64 on one side, 66 on the other, separated by a generation. And separated by less than half a bulb as far as dial goes. Both drivers get away on the green. Which one of the classic shoebox Chevrolets is going to be coming back? It's going to be a double breakout. McDaniel's under by 8 thou, so he's going to come out on the good side of the math. Stan Hammond is under by 3 hun. Stan had a slight advantage at this end, but he just got himself a big old bite down there. And he bit too much. Benjamin Marquez. Actually getting a solo run. He was supposed to run Carlos Ortiz, but apparently Carlos had a problem back there at the head of the staging lanes. So 731 at 98 miles an hour for the free ride. I'm sorry, Carlos Ortiz in the water box. We had an errant number there. My bad. Carlos was in the water box, and I my eyes got crossed. I saw him out of my left eye and put him in the right lane, and sometimes I get confused by things. Shiny things. Sparkly things. Okay, this is Carlos, I think. Maybe. That's definitely not a 70 Nova, but it's Carlos's number on the side of it. Darwin LaForte over there on the right side. They're doing the dial-in double check. And this is going to be the final pair. Looks like I got our junior streeters back there. Appreciate that. Our high schoolers. Motorcycles pulling in. Sportsmen. Sportsmen double enters. Come on down. Dial them in. Let's get ready to go. Handicap head start's going to go to the Camaro on the right side. Bump, bump, and bump. Red light start, Carlos. Jumped the gun by 600. That was an unfortunate rhyme, but that's what really happened. 675 for Darwin LaFord. LaFord takes a La Chevy into round 2. And there you have it. Do a quick reset here. We're going to have our high school and junior street combo rolling out here momentarily. Sportsman doubles. If you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. Let's get all of you coming now. Sportsman round number 1. Sportsman round 1 to the lanes. Final day. 25 edition of the Hangover Nationals. Felt like a hangover after last night, didn't it? Ended up being a bit of a late evening. Who won the practice street tournament, by the way? Chris, shoot me a note. Let me know who won. I want to know who got the free entry in the Southwest Showdown. I am scanning the truck here on the left lane and do not see a dial in. Oh, there it is. Dial board on the back. I'm sorry, my bad. There we go. Here comes the kid in the truck. Jason Renault over on the right side. Christian. Hard on the back window for Grandpa Ron. Aw. Thanks, Grandpa, for all your help. Renault over on the right side. Junior champion. Making the transition. Drops it in deep. Takes a handicap head start. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold off the kid. Now I'm sure he's not going to hold off the kid. Double 08 on the reaction timer for Christian. Show off. Then he runs 909 at 70 miles an hour. Renault went down there and tried throwing her in park. Didn't quite work. Nathan Renster now. The truck. I wonder if he's got that thing in four-wheel drive. Well, that would help keep it from spinning the tires. You put it in low range, man, that thing, I bet your reaction time would improve immensely. You'd probably also run out of motor long before you got to the 660. But anyway, Haley Bopp. Isn't Haley the track champion around here? So like 17 years old and driving the family Corvette. I was 17 years old. My dad wouldn't let me wash his car. Like, no, son, don't get too close to that. My mom let me borrow her car. I kept bringing it home clean. She thought I was the greatest son. She didn't realize I had to go someplace and wash the shoe polish off the windows before I brought it home. 865 for the win for Haley Bopp. 1083 for Nate Rensta. Haley had the better reaction time, and Nate was way back at the dial. Is it like two-wheel cruise day over there on Howland Road? They didn't invite me. Oh, that's right. They don't like me. That's a pretty nice parade of hardware over there on Houghton. As Allison Boley and Madeline Smith get lined up. Didn't these two race each other in juniors yesterday? I mean, like yesterday. I'm trying to pick out my favorite motorcycle. Don't bother me with the drag race right now. Oh, I like the Road Glide. The blue Road Glide, that would be me. I like Road Glides. Actually, like full dressers too if you're going to be on a long road. Did you ever read my column, 948 Miles of Therapy? Meanwhile, Allison Bollet is way on out there. Madeline missed the tree. Swing and a miss. And Alice is going to take care of business pretty handily. 1196 at 54 miles an hour. True story. My 948 miles of therapy. I rode a Harley one year from Sonoma, from Sears Point Raceway up to Seattle when we were on the Western Swing. It was a full dresser, had a thumping stereo. I had a little iPod, and they said, yeah, you just plug this in and you'll have all your music with you. I thought, that'll be cool, because riding the coast, there's not a lot of radio stations up there. I went right up Highway 1. And then I found out I didn't have the right adapter. So I'm riding. I finally found a Radio Shack. I'm like, yay, Radio Shack. Pulled in a Radio Shack. I said, I need an adapter so I can plug this into that. And they said, okay, here's your adapter. I said, great. Plugged it in, hit the switch on the handlebar, and rolled out on the highway. First song that came out of the speakers was Thunderstruck. I got the old Harley wrapped up. I'm leaning back on the cruiser pegs. Life is good. Second song that came up was Mandy by Barry Manilow. I tried to figure out how the hell did that get on my iPod? And then how do you turn this thing off? My favorite part of that was the guy that was giving me the instruction. He said, okay, let me show you where you plug in your phone. I said, are you stoned? I'm not plugging in my phone. I don't want somebody to call me and bother me when I'm riding out there on the coast. 948 miles from the time I drove out the gate at Sears Point till the time I returned the bike to the Harley-Davidson trailer. At Pacific Raceways. It was a great trip. That was when I was smart and borrowed motorcycles. Then I started buying them. Borrowing, way better. Way better. Final call. Sportsman, round number 1. If you're not here, you're in the wrong place. Sportsman, round 1, final call. It's round number 1. We're off and running. It's Pat Marbach on the right side. It's Marlene Willison. And Marlene, take care of business. Marlene goes 599 on the 598. Just kind of cruising down there. Marbach missed the tree, broke out, took a mile, basically had no chance. I wonder if Marlene is sick of hearing her husband say, "Did you see my Wally? Did you see my Wally? Did you see my Wally?" After he won last night. Oh, you got to be kidding. These guys pulled into the lanes next to each other again? Come on. Dave Oler on the left side, Sean Phipps on the right. I don't know if Sean's double duty in today or not, but yesterday he was super proing as well as motorcycling. They're in, they're set, they're ready. Red light to start, David. 97 the number, red the color. Phipps the winner, 644 on the 645, had her dialed hard. Dave goes 602 at 113 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Tom Patterson and Justin Willison. Father-in-law, son-in-law. These two raced each other round one on Friday and pulled in next to each other again today. So Pops is in the left, 567 is his prediction. Justin, who won yesterday, is in the right. The green and black Kawasaki's. Basically, same engine combination. Tom's got a little bit bigger tire on his car than, or on his bike than Justin's got on his. And they both get away on a grade. Well, Justin Willison won yesterday and lost first round today. How about got there first by 18 thou and broke out by 17 thou? Tom Patterson left him a 1 thou window to play with. Go ahead. Sneak on in there. Tom gets the win. That'll bring up Bill Kay. He's going to have the solo run here. Looks like a couple of our motorcycle racers after the Wally event yesterday opted not to hang around and run the final day on Sunday. See, my personal feeling is, hey, you know what? You're here. You already spent the diesel fuel. Take a swing at it. I mean, there might not be a Wally on the line today, but you can pay for your trip. Bill goes 587, 117 miles an hour. Just like that. And just like this, that's round number one of Sportsman. Brandy Card, left. Melissa Citro, right. A battle of ladies driving Fords. The Maverick is Brandy. The Mustang is Melissa. Super Pro double entries, come on down. Super Pro double entries to the lanes, please. Melissa Citro making it happen, had a better reaction time, got the stripe, got the win, 770 at 86 miles an hour. Brandy was a little late, strike one, cross second, strike two, broke out, strike three. And here comes Denise Heath in the left side. Jason Beitman in the right side. The little blue Chevy 2, the Blue Deuce. And Denise, 75 model, Gen 2 Camaro. Camaro's dialed in 870. Jason is dialed in 747. 747. Good dial, big airplane. Denise's coach is like standing out the left side of the car waving her forward when she's looking at the tree out the right. And both drivers leave too soon. The wind light's going to come on for Jason because he was closer. Both commit the same foul, the one that is the least fouling. The least foul, the not quite as foul. I don't know. Anyway, Jason won. 745, 92 miles an hour, 885 for Denise. And that'll bring up Christine Fife. And here comes the bomb pop. Kyle Fritz. over in the right side. Super Pro double entry, Super Pro doubles, come on down. Bumping in gently. This time they both get away on a green. Christine 5 out there. Here comes the bomb pop. Oh, Kyle gets the win. He runs dead zero. Christine had a double 06 reaction time and couldn't close the deal. Need a little more brake pedal down there far into the racetrack to stay on the safe side. Goes 907 on the 910. Fritz dead zero. Crossing second for the win. That's, I believe, is a new arrival. Did you see that car yesterday? I don't remember that car yesterday. It's Alex Campa? Okay, I believe you. Oh, the Mercedes is Alex? See, he's got no number, he's got no dial in. Other than that, he looks like he's good to go. That last one, by the way, Brian, 9:58 for the easy win. There was a 9 flat on the window in the left lane, and he ran 10:11, so. Looks like we get a couple more new entries. Guys, this is round 1. No time runs today. This is round 1. We've been talking about that all morning. $865 and $870 the dial for the two down there. Alex Campillo, the AMG. Oh, that thing's got a twin turbo. That thing probably will run 8s. I had Carball over on the right side, the GTI, little Volkswagen. And that didn't work out like planned. Alex, as a matter of fact, going to get nothing.
For Friday, you say, Howard?
939, 68 miles an hour for a hit for the win.
Yes, sir.
Don't believe Alex was staged when the tree came down, and if you're not on the start line when the tree flashes, then clock doesn't start. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you won money yesterday, you can come collect that now. Bruce the banker is up here, ready for business. Super Pro, come on down. We'll take all of you now. Super Pro, double energy, better already be there. Attention in the pits. Super Pro to the lanes. I can't believe I have to give this reminder, but all numbers, car numbers, dial-ins have to be visible on the left side of the car. Look at where the tower is when you pull in the water box. We're looking at the left side of your car. Nothing else matters. Nothing else. Kurt Spangler is off and running. Ginger Vaughn is on the chase. 392 Dodge trying to run down the little dart at the finish line. Ain't happening. Kurt, 881. That's going to be a winner. 74 and 72 for Ginger. She's 2 above the dial. That's the good part. Had a reaction time start with the 1, and that's the not quite so good part. Here comes Kyle Vance. When last we saw Mr. Vance, he was standing down here in front of the tower holding up a wally going, "Yay, me." And now he's rolling out here in that Fox Body Mustang over here on the left side. Russ Lindsay on the right, the Olds Omega. Rolled down here out of Sun City. The handicap is just about a bulb. A little more, just a smidge. Just a smidge. I've got 53, but I'm just counting on my fingers, so I could be wrong. Off and away on the green. Russ Lindsay takes the handicap head start. Let's see. Here comes Kyle Vance. Not going to get him. It's going to come down to a double breakout. 22 on a 24 for Lindsay's under by 2. 67 on a 71 for Kyle is under by 4. And I'm just doing the math in my head, but even I can figure that out. 2's better than 4. Russ Lindsay on the double breakout win. Joe Guron on the left side. Brad Peterson in the right. The 69 El Camino with a 327. And the Ford Mustang over on the right side. And check out the fact that they're dialed almost heads up, but check out the fact that the race is already over. Red light by 31 for Brad. Fouls away his shot at fame and fortune and the big cash here today. Joe Guron goes 897 at 77 miles an hour. There's something about when you're driving past a Christmas tree and you see the green lights come on your scoreboard at the other end of the racetrack. It's like, yippee! Bring up Roger Murray. The 87 Chevy S10. And Haley Bopp. Brake lights in the Corvette were on about 500 feet. 885, easy for the win. Roger Murray. Roger must have got distracted when the tree came down because he was not watching the tree. And we'll just leave it at that. Christine Fife rolling back around. Mike Williams rolling back around. A couple of double entries. Taking their second crack at it. Super Pro, if you're not in the staging lanes, you're in the wrong place. Forsyth, send me a note. Let me know who won the entry last night. Pretty please. Christine goes red. Mike Williams, wow, 741 on the 741, save that. Christine goes red and then runs a 1/10 of a second quicker than what she predicted. Here comes double trouble. Dan Riem out of Kingman and Andy Kadar out of Peoria. Judging by the dial, there's about 11 hundo between them when the tree counts down. And then we'll find out who did a better job with the shoe polish. The Classic Falcon, the Classic Pontiac. I just think it's cool that there's two cars that are like 60 years old that are out here battling it out at Tucson Dragway. Both drivers get off on the green light. Down to the finish line they go. It's going to be Kadar. Runs dead one at 85 miles an hour. Double Trouble Dan goes 788 at 88 miles an hour. Reaction time is a 9-thou coin flip. Kadar, dead one. Dan made the wrong choice. Backed up down at the finish line. Here comes Steve Shoemaker. Steve Shoemaker takes a solo in that Chevy-powered Ranger, 882, 883 miles per hour. And our first pair of Super Pro rolling up. It's going to be DeAndre Fitzgerald on the left. Going to be Taylor Bowling on the right. Going to be Bruce sliding back in here to talk a little round one Super Pro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. DeAndre Fitzgerald. How cool is this, coming all the way down from Sacramento, California? 658 is the dial here in the left lane. Up against Taylor Bowling. Taylor driving Joe Kidd's S10 pickup truck. Comes 628. 58 leaves first, and the 28's going to chase. And oh, I tell you what, only 4 thousandths of a second separated them here. Yeah, DeAndre took the stripe, and he took 62, too much of it. He had a better line by 4 thousandths of a second. Took the stripe by 6, had 4 in the bank, but goes under by about 300. Wow, Taylor had a 006 reaction time, and then goes 31 on a 28. Taylor gets the win at 102 miles an hour. Here's Ken Rader. Rader's over there in the right-hand lane. 1995 DRC. 434 cubic inches, small block Chevrolet. 544 in the American walk-in coolers right-hand lane up against Travis. Travis looking for a 456. So not a whole lot's going to separate them here at the starting line, about 12. And that 12 advantage is going to go to Travis. So we'll see how he can get with the tree. Better reaction time. Goes over to Ken, and so does the win on a double breakout. Oh, got there first by 12. Had 12 in the bank. Gets the win at 32 10,000ths of a second for Ken Rader. Dialed a 4, goes a 43.8. So 12 up on it. Took the stripe. Travis takes the stripe by 12, but it was still not enough. Rader wins with a 32 thousandths of a second margin of victory. I don't, let's see, car number 7639. Not sure whether that's Brad or Cindy. But the car number anyway, 7639. Hawk Family Racing anyway. Up against Leroy Duran. Duran coming out of Sun City. Family Racing here in the left-hand lane. 475, 489, dead on 0. Leroy, that's a 2-pack. Took the stripe by 17, only had about 3 in the bank, as if it was Cindy. Goes under the 75 by 2. Leroy picked it up at the big end, goes 17 at the stripe, and goes dead on 0 here with a 2-pack at 139 miles an hour. Tough to get around for Hawk Family Racing when Duran throws down a 2 and takes a stripe by 17. Michael, here in the left-hand lane, 445 is the dial for Michael Skoll up against Mark Barnhart. Mark in a Sonoran chassis, 467 on the window for Mark. So again, not a whole lot's going to separate them here at the starting line. 445 to a 467. And it looks like it is going to be one here at the starting line. Yep, sure enough. Michael gets 35 light to Barnhart's 57. Takes a stripe by 16. Only had about 14 in the bank, but takes a stripe by 16 and goes dead on 9 for the win at 144. Here's that mean fox-bodied Mustang coming up out of Sonora. Up against Elliot Franco. Elliot in the 2018 American chassis. 513 is the dial for Elliot, right-hand lane. Hector in that silver gunmetal gray silver Mustang. 625 dial. 429 cubic inches of LS motor. Wow, both drivers in the double O's. Can Franco get there in time on a double breakout win? Looks like he backed up just a little bit because he was only 3 thou off for Elliott. 3 thou off the dial, had a 9 light, so looked like Hector had about 4 stuffed away, but goes further under. About 27 or 23 under. Took a stripe by 14, but there was not enough. Franco with the win at $129. Here's Jimmy Kelso. Eddie's Engineering rear engine dragster. Mickey Galloway, 613 dial in the Nova, 62 Chevy 2. Good night. Goes under, and look at Jimmy Kelso with a perfect reaction time. Then 3 up on the dial, takes a stripe by 36 tenth thou at 135 miles an hour. But Galloway, he was trying to catch. He left 40, or he had left with 42 hun here at the starting line. But when you have a triple light and only 13 up on the dial, gets a win for Jimmy Kelso. Rodney Ward, Bill Bullock. Bullock in the Camaro. Rodney in the pickup. C10 pickup truck, 582 cubic inches coming out of Wilcox. 619 is the dial for Rodney. 591 for Bill. Not a whole lot separates them here. Both of them in the O's. Bullock coming out of Goodyear and a double breakout win. Wow. Gave the Rodney the stripe by 45 10,000ths. Had a better light by 4. Goes to Rodney, takes a stripe by 4 thou at 111 miles an hour. Under, less than Bullock's 89. So Rodney with a 4 thou stripe. So yeah, what we're hearing is a double breakout, but 4 thou at the stripe and 4 thou at the hit. So double, but it goes to Rodney Ward. There's Joe Gill. Joe Gill will take the win as Jack Bates in that front engine dragster, red light by 20. Joe 004, and then had it dialed up, ooh, like way soft. Wanted to 77, goes to 73. Here's Joe Kidd. I'm sorry, Joe Cox Jr. Duh. It's Joe anyway. Up against Nick Downing. Nick in the Daytona, 1993 Dodge Daytona. Bill Luke sponsored. 532 dial left lane. Joe Cox Jr. 66 Plymouth Valiant, 698 dial. And a breakout win goes to Nick Downing. Joe Cox under his 98. For the win, Nick Downing. Here's Mark Darsow and Gabriel Hernandez. Hernandez up out of Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. And of course, Mark Darsow down from Tempe in his small block powered rear engine dragster. Mark wants a 506. Gabriel looking for a 480. At the stripe, you hear the whoop, 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 and not sure which one was doing it, but on a double breakout, Gabriel goes to standby. Well, we have just a little bit of a computer glitch, so getting that worked out right now. So, unfortunately, we are at a quick pause. So, the last two racers, we're checking on that for you. So, we'll find out what's going on with that for sure. But like I say, just a little bit of a halt here in the program. So, we'll be right back after it just shortly. Attention to pits, attention to the area. The last pair of Super Pro car that just went down, car number 754 and car number 487. Can we have you back up here for a rerun? I'm sure you like those time slips when you both went a little over 2 seconds in the 8th mile, but we do want to do a rerun for you. So car number 754 and car number 487 Super Pro. Have you back up to do a rerun. All right, here we go. Back after it once again. But we do. So back after it again. And once again, we do need a rerun. The cars that just ran in Super Pro, car 754 and car 487. If we could have you guys back up for your rerun. Next pair coming to you, Calvin Locke and Beto Dominguez. Dominguez in the 1998 Nissan 240SX. Coming out of Hermosillo, 677 right-hand lane. Locke, left-hand lane, 507. Both green lights. Dominguez way out in front and stays there. And then goes dead on 5. Better light went to Calvin, but the numbers come up first for Beto with a 5 up. So a dead on 5 with a 55 light, a whole bunch of 5s in there, 99.5 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 16, had about 14 put away. I'm sorry, about 11 put away, but took a stripe by 16 and a win at 99 miles an hour. Ruben Ruiz. 1998 S10. We got to talk about this truck yesterday. Gorgeous paint job on this truck, and trying to figure out whether it's Bing cherry, black cherry. 626 dial up against Kurt Zenzavita's 595. And Kurt picks up the win here with a 009 reaction time, then goes about 6 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 17, and will take the win at 109 miles an hour. Here's Nathan DeMarco, left-hand lane up against Tony Marconi. The double entered arrow back up again. Nathan in a Yancer, an older Yancer chassis. This is built back in 1996. With a 542. And Marconi in a 76 Plymouth Arrow. 009. Marconi looking for a 6-0. Goes about 13 under after a 30 light at 114 miles an hour into round number 2. Here's Pat Marbach in his dragster. Now Marbach in the left lane, 515 dial. I believe this is an American chassis. And Sammy Franco. And it looks like Franco would like a 5.5 instead of a 5.8. Looks like they got that changed for him. Franco rolls up in that 67 Camaro. It is a big block as well, 610 cubic inches. Had a quick chat with him yesterday. Looking for Friday. Never did get it, so they're having to charge the battery right away. And goes under by 8 thousandths of a second. Had 9,000 put away in the bank for Marbach. So they'll take that win. Goes 17, 2 up on the dial. Gave the stripe to Sammy. Sammy took 22 of it, but it looks like Marbach had, like I say, had about 9,000 put away, and then goes 2 up on the dial. The margin of victory about 31 hundredths of a second to Pat Marbach. Here's the Falcon of Mike Gardner up against the Camaro of Brian Lopez. Lopez left lane, 607. Gardner, 688. Again, boy, again, these Super Pro guys are chopping the tree down today. Oh, Lopez. Lopez was a little tardy on the starting line by 3. Takes the stripe, though, by 98 thou. 98 tenth thou, I'm sorry. And then goes under his 7 with a 6 and a 7, so 3 thou under at 112 miles an hour. Gardner had a 006 light and goes 3 up on his dial. Margin of victory, almost 4, goes to Mike Gardner. The New Wheel car, sponsored by New Wheel. Rear engine dragster, 496. Kristen Stevens behind the wheel in the right lane, up against Brad Akers. Now talk about picking up a whole bunch of wins. Brad went way into it last night. Looks like he's backed up a little bit. Wow. Something happened to the car, I believe, on that, because he goes a 551 at a 35 light to Kristen's 14. But Kristen kind of looking over her left shoulder there. She kind of backed up as well. It only goes 121 miles an hour, a 504. But Brad looked like his car laid over right about maybe 500 feet or so. So the win goes to Kristen Stevens. Here's hubby for Kristen. Daniel Smith. Kim's in the Camaro and crosses second. Daniel had a 26 light, so about 9 better. Takes a stripe by 18. Dial to 42 goes a 531 at 127 miles an hour. Kim, she goes 2 up on the dial, but left about 9 here at the starting line. Daniel gets 18 at the stripe and a win. Here's AJ Crater, a parasitic psycho. Red light for AJ by 13. And of course, you don't need to red light against Passerby. It's usually always a great race. Passerby's got it only one. It's only about 600 dialed up soft. But he goes 10 green, 96 miles an hour on a 778 with a 772. the Vega of Renstra. Left lane, 687 to Dylan Moody's rear engine dragster. 2014 American chassis, 473. '72 Vega. 2014 American door car, pipe car. Renstra rolling into the beams. Looks like Renstra will be in first with a pre-staged. Well, neither one of them quite yet. Here comes Dylan. Dylan's in first. Renstra bumping the Vega in the pre-staged. Goes in staged for Nick. And Dylan is in. And will take the win as Dylan 2 thousandths red. Had it dialed up soft anyway. Goes 148 miles an hour after taking a stripe by double 9. Renstra 11 and then goes 3 up on the dial. Dial 87 goes a 9 flat at 98 miles an hour. Here's Jerry Duffy in the all Mopar rear engine dragster. That's an Eddie's Engineering chassis. Big block Mopar transmission. So Rory. And goes 491. Took a strike by 57 at 135 miles an hour. Had about 6 put away as Jerry goes 92. Then Jerry goes 2 up on his dial. 18 on a 16 at a buck 27. Roy goes 135, goes 91 on an 89. But wow, took the strike by 57, so he had almost 6 put away there. Morgan Meyer out of Glendale, 5-0 dial. Up against Dylan Smith. Dylan out of Buckeye in that racecraft chassis. Dylan's looking for a 493. Again, better reaction time. Probably going to hold on to it. Yep, Dylan holds on to it. Took the stripe by almost 6. Had a full 10th in the bank. Goes 18 to a 106. Then it goes about 2 up on the dial. 135 is a mile an hour. The margin of victory about 59 Hunt goes to Dylan. Nolan Pastic. 510 right lane. Randy Smith. So Dad gets the older car. Dylan gets the newer car. So this is Dad. You just saw Dylan go down and take a win. Let's see if Dad can match that. 536 on the window for the dragster here in the left-hand lane. Side of the decimal point, so that's not going to work out well for him. Randy was paying attention though. He goes a 41 on a 36. Margin of victory at 1.1. So yeah, Randy was watching. He knew that Nolan was nowhere to be found. David Poole. running one of Tom Bayer's cars. You see Tom in the cockpit looking at everything over and telling David, well, it's time to go ahead and pull it up. Let me bring you in here. 5:10 for David in the right-hand lane up against Larry Cannon. Larry went several rounds yesterday as well. He wants a 6:11 in that street legal Chevelle. Larry rolls in first to stage. Here comes David. David is away with a red light. The red light says 20. The green light says 15, and a win for Larry Cannon. Goes 4 up on it. 110 miles an hour after a 15 reaction time. Here's Davey Johnston and Chuck Hawk Jr. Hawk Family Racing. Chuck Hawk Automotive. Here in the left-hand lane in the S10 pickup truck. 496 for Chuck. 546 for Davey. About 1.5. Advantage goes to Davey. Davey though 001, then 18 up on his dial at 127 miles an hour. Chuck decided he was going ahead and run it out the back door. Even Davey had already picked up the win, and he took the stripe by 54. That 9 thou red cost him the race, but he was still about 3 under. Here's Tim Moore. He's back in his dragster this time. It's a Gebhardt chassis, left lane, 502 is the dial. John Cavallero out of Modesto, 647 on the window of the Camaro. That's how you do that. Perfect reaction time. And then only go about 23 up on your dial. Take the stripe by 55 at 127 miles an hour. Tim Moore. Nice 0-0-0. Perfect reaction time for Tim. Cavallero goes under his 47 with a 45, but he left the 90 here at the starting line, and Tim picked it up at the big end. Goes 6 at the stripe at 127. Skyler Cerny, rear engine dragster out of Phoenix, 542 on the window up against Wes Snodgrass. Wes is going to get that win. Wants a 606, but Skyler, a double red on the true start. Best red light was Wes with a 004, Skyler with a 006. Here's Pat Neal. Here's Pat Neal in the Corvette. What we have is car number 1206. I do not believe that's the number. It is Pat Neal anyway, up against Luke Makovica. Makovica with a 502. Now it's another one, the young gentleman up out of juniors. Pat red light by 55. Automatic free time run over to Makovica. Makovica goes 0-0 on an 02 at 138 miles an hour. looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Here's Sasha Cerny with a 5-0 dial. Up against, looks like Lenny Fife's plain white wrappered Camaro. 1970 and a half Camaro. 661 on the window. So, of course, Lenny's going to get the lead first with that 661. Cerny's going to have to chase him down. Can't do it, though. When you go red, no chance to get there. And it looks like 543. Kind of dialed up a little soft. So when it comes back for round number 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters 6-12. Junior Dragster 6-12. Your first call. Come on down lanes 1 and 2. Next pair coming to you. It looks like Keith Downing and Joe Landavazzo. Joe's usually a hired shoe, but today, yesterday, day before, he's been in his own Arizona dragsters. Part of the Arizona Drag Racing Association as well. Not going to go around this time, as Keith Downing had 3 put away, 11 to a 47. Then goes 28, goes about 12 up on the dial, and takes a stripe by 13 for the win at 102. Here's Chris Silman and Sarah Kidd. Kidd right lane, Silman left lane. Z-Car 594 on the window, up against a 678 right lane for Sarah. The 1984 S10. Silman's got to play a little catch-up out there. There was only 5 power separation at the starting line. Sarah had a better light by 5, and the win goes to Silman. Goes dead on 2, so a 29 pack. Took the stripe by 22. Had that in the bank at 5 thou at 115 miles an hour. Here's Brian Fritz. Here's Cindy Hawk. 601 cubic inches of Ford power. 482 left lane. Brian Fritz, 27 Ford Roadster. Right lane. Chevy power. Looking for a 626 for Brian. And he goes dead on 8. But he left 4 at the starting line to give the win to Cindy Hawk. Cindy had a 008 reaction time, goes dead on 8, so the difference there was about 6 thou, but she takes a stripe by 4 and gets the win at 134 miles an hour. Here's Matt Bong and Tony Pesqueda. Pesqueda in a newly painted Camaro, 1967 Camaro. 610 for Tony. Matt looking for a 637. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters 6-12. Junior Dragster 6-12. Be your second call. Junior Dragster 6-12. Your second call. And a red light start for Tony by 3. Automatic free time run to Matt. Matt goes 108 miles an hour, only 1 thou under, so he doesn't have it dialed up too bad. Goes 17 green. 636.9 on a 637. Here's Luis Valenzuela and Brittany Hinkle, or Brittany Toya, whichever. So Brittany Hinkle, left lane 63. Chevy 2. 697 dial for Brittany. A 558 dial for Luis. Not quite a full second here, but see how that plays out. Luis is always pretty tough on the tree, and so Brittany gets a free time run as Luis goes red by 6 thou. Brittany goes 94.6 on a 97, 3 under at 98 miles an hour after a 43 light. But looking at the wind lights on her scoreboard, Luis 6 thou red. Attention to pits, final call. Juniors 6 to 12, first call. Juniors 13 to 17. Again, like Alan said, Sean doing double duty again today. Running Super Pro category and motorcycle category. He's got, wow, there you go. Zach Taylor, unusual for Zach to go red, but he goes red by 7:20. But look at Sean Phipps, 0-0-0. Perfect reaction time for Sean Phipps. Then he goes about 5 up on the dial, 50 on a 45 at 107 miles an hour. So save that for later on as Zach red light. Here's Austin Downing.
I swear that's healthy on
Austin Downing, left-hand lane, Yancey chassis, 475 dial. And again, 002. 2 thousandths off that perfect reaction time. Then about 5 up on the dial, down to 475, goes at 480. So marching to victory about 1900, but that was taken care of here at the starting line as Gabriel left 93 at the starting line and then goes under by 3. Win goes Austin Downing. Here he is, as here's Zach Taylor. Zach in the Duster, 648. Every single pass wants to make a right-hand turn, and we don't have any right-hand turns here at Tucson Dragway. And like I say, the Duster jumps up on it, swings out towards the A board, but Luis Ortiz is going to get the win as Luis goes 46 green. Zach goes 83 green. 4 in the bank for Luis. Goes 3 up on the dial. Takes a stripe by almost 3. So that was taken care of at the stripe at 123 miles an hour. Here's Taddy's Armenta. Now, we're still having the best appearing for Alan between the Chevelles. The green ones and the orange ones and the red ones. So here's one of them that's in contention, the 64 Chevelle of Armenta, coming out of Sonora, Mexico. 650. Mark Lalonde. Lalonde wants a 511. And Vaughn's going to get a 5.16. So 4 off at 120 miles an hour. Took the stripe by 5. Had 2 stuffed away in the bank and picked it up at the big end. Goes 5 up on it and out the back door with that 5 at 120 miles an hour. Another beautiful duster. Alex Sandin. Now, Alex usually only comes down for our bigger races. He's here in the left-hand lane, and Ray Bong in our right-hand lane. Attention in the pits. Final call, all juniors. Final call, all juniors. You should be in the lanes. All juniors, you should be in the lanes. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. Pro ETS. Double entries. Double entered pros. This is your first call. I think Ray Bong was down there patting the throttle just a little bit, and he goes 8 thou under and gets a win at 106 miles an hour. So pro double entered. This is your first call to the lanes, please. And junior dragsters, final call, all juniors, both categories, juniors, pro, come on down. There's Mike Zimmerman here in the left-hand lane. Out of Albuquerque, going to turn on a red light. Zimmerman here in the left lane. Zimmy doesn't need a free time run, but he got one there. Looking for a 91, goes 3 thou under with a 90 and a 7, but a 13 light and a red light by Vic gives him the win. Jeremy Jacob, one of your vice presidents of the Arizona Drag Racing Association for several years here in this 62 Plymouth Savoy. Up against Mark Johns. Mark, big money winner yesterday. Run for the money win. Wow, Jeremy, 28 red. Automatic free time run goes over to Mark. Mark had it dialed up just a little bit soft, goes 106 miles an hour and about 3 under. All right, looks like Rob Strong over there in that yellow 68 Firebird up against Don Toya, Don's Hot Rod Shop. Well, again, I'll tell you, if you need anything hot rod related or regular, they've got it over there at Don's Hot Rod Shop. All you got to do is walk in there and try to explain to them what you have or what your problem is. They've got it on the shelf probably. So once again, Don's Hot Rod Shop. Here's Don Toya with a 492 in his fendered Yancer chassis up against Rob Strong's Firebird. The Firebird wants a 701. Again, only 4 thousandths of a second separates him here. Oh, and Strong, too much stripe. Goes under his 701 with a 6.16. Don Toya 10 to Rob's 6. 4 thou separates him, and looks like Rob takes the stripe by 8. Whoa! So there was the difference there. Toya was only about 18 up on his dial, so the margin of victory at 86. And Strong, too much stripe. DeAndre Fitzgerald. I believe this may be the rerun. Not sure. We'll find out. Up against Savannah Kid. Savannah 654. And she will get the win as DeAndre red light by 9 thou. Savannah just a little soft, had a 41 light, then goes a 52 with a 6 on that 54. At 104 miles an hour. Here's Brad Hawk and Mike McBrayer. Right-hand lane, Corvette 670. Mike was saying yesterday that he hasn't been racing since like April of last year. So he really wanted to jump in and do a whole bunch of racing this year. And he says we're going to make as many races as possible between the dragster and the Corvette. So this is an 86 Corvette for him. He'll be out as often as he can. So ask him if he's going to come down for Chris's show. And he said, oh yeah, definitely be here, maybe with both cars. So McBrayer with a 670, Cindy with a 473. And let's see if that 006 holds up. And yep, Brad took a 006 at the tree. Then goes about 12 up on the dial. 22, and sorry, takes the stride by 3. So that's where it was picked up at 139 miles an hour. Well, McBrayer left 5 at the starting line. And then goes dead on 8 at 103. And Brad 33 at the stripe, 6 at the starting line, 139 miles an hour for a win. Here's John McDaniel and Alessandro Ortiz. Alessandro in the Malibu. See, a lot of times we'll see Luis, a lot of times we'll see Alessandro. But John McDaniel in the Lumina. The Lumina drift out, wow, towards that center line a little bit, looking over his right shoulder, and he creeps over towards Alessandro. But McDaniel gets the win, goes an 89 on an 86. And a better light by 5, and will take the win at 114. So 2 difference at the stripe and about 1 difference at the starting line. Okay, here's Ken Rader in his rear engine dragster. And Hector Hernandez. Hector in the 87 Fox Body Mustang 623 is the dial against Ken Rader's 545. Double greens, the door car, the pipe car, it's the door car. Wow. 4 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Had a better light by about 7 or 9. Goes dead on 0. Took the stripe by 4 thou. That was one at the starting line, 36 to a 49. And then took the stripe by 4 thou. Hector Hernandez in the Fox Body gets a win. Attention to pits, attention to the area. We do need our rerun for Super Pro. That would be car 754 and car 487. Can we have you in lanes 7 and 8 as quickly as you can get here? So car 754 and car 487. We need you in lanes 7 and 8 for your rerun as quickly as you can get here. We are into our double entered cars. So Bill Bullock, 591 in his Camaro. Mickey Galloway in the Nova. The Nova is a Chevy 2, 62 Chevy 2, spill plate. Got a 4-inch Allen Bill won a 591. Mickey wants a 615. Wow, and Bill Bullock gets at 591. Goes dead on 5 after a 61 light. Looks like Mickey had about 2 put away, but then he goes under. Takes 34 stripe and goes under his 15 by 2 at 111 miles an hour. Bill Bullock. Rodney Ward, C10, left lane 618 dial. To Leroy Duran. Now Leroy, I think Leroy threw down a perfect reaction time and was only about 2 off. So either way, he was either dead on 2 or had a 2 light, one of the two. So he was had a 2 thou package when he ran last for the double entries. So let's see what he can do this time. Rodney, you better hang on. Of course, Rodney's not too bad himself. I think Rodney had about a 16 or a 17 pack in the pickup truck. But Leroy with that 2-pack. See what he's going to do. Not quite a 2. Neither one of them not quite a 2. But Leroy still goes dead on 1. Had an 11-pack that time at 138 miles an hour. Takes the stripe by 35. So Leroy gets a win. Ward looking for an 18, goes a 19, but he left 2 at the starting line at 110 miles an hour. All right, sir. It looks like Travis here on the tower side with a 456 on the window. Jimmy Kelso. Now, Jimmy had a great pack last time as well. So Eddie's Engineering at Dragster, 514 in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Sneaking up on the beams. It looks like Jimmy is in pre-staged. Here comes Travis. Travis pre-staged. Holding on. Both of them into stage beams. Better reaction time by about 12. Goes to the winner. 82 ten-thousandths of a second for Travis out of Alberta, Canada. Had a 004 reaction time, then goes dead on 2, 6-pack, and then takes the stripe by 82. Gives the win to Travis. Jimmy a little bit tardy. Yeah, if you can say 16 is tardy, and then goes under by 2 thou. It was picked up at the big end by Travis. Will take the win at 142.39. Michael here in the left lane with a 444 on the window. Up against Mark Barnhart. Hart. Easy for you to say. Mark Barnhart. 468 is the dial. And it looks like the win's going to go to Barnhart. Bad deal. Better light goes to Scholl by 5. And it looks like Barnhart takes a stride by 72. He was about 12 up on his dial at 146 miles an hour. Barnhart with the win. Elliot Franco, 513 dial in his rear engine dragster. That's 2018 American chassis in the right-hand lane up against Nick Downing. Nick in the Daytona. Nick goes red by 1/1000th of a second. Hands the win over to Franco. Franco says, I'll take a 25 light, go 6 thou under, and take a win at 133.50. Attention to pits, attention to area. We have one, we need one for the rerun. So either 754 or 487. Super Pro rerun. We need you to the lanes, please. We have one, need one. All right, here's Billy McDaniel and Dylan Moody. Moody in the rear engine dragster. The single monostrad. Wow. Talk about tardy in the tree. Kind of missed it a little bit for Billy. Then he tried to make it up on the big end. Goes under his 47 with a double 4. But Dylan, he'll take the win. Goes 69 on the 68, but had 6 put away. And goes 20 at the stripe and takes the win at 143 miles an hour. Here's Eric Daniels. I believe Eric will be our second to the last. We do have our rerun, so if you're not already there, we had one, need one, so we need our pair for the rerun. Way to go, Eric. That's on a buy run. 008 reaction time. Got that dialed in right, then goes 11 up on the dial at 104.79. Attention pits, we're going to put out that final call for all pro. Final call, all pro category. You should be in the lanes. So pro, this is round 2. Lanes 3 and 4, all pro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the rerun, and let's Mr. Alan Reinhardt going to slip back in again, take it over.
Yeah, because Bruce screwed this up the last time, so we're not going to give him a chance to do it again. We had an inadvertent stop when these two ran. Something top end of the racetrack. Stopping the clock at 2 seconds. And both these cars are pretty fast, but they're not 2 seconds fast. By the way, I'm pretty disappointed that Jeff Conley took off. I wanted to see another 3-second Sportsman run. Mark Darce on the left, Gabriel Hernandez in the right. Small block in the left, big block in the right. Injected in the left, carbureted in the right. Wingless left, monostrut right. Hurry up and stage, I'm running out of stuff. think this is going to be a little more realistic. That's a lot more realistic. Dead on 2, Gabe Hernandez for the win. Darsaw was holding a hundo, got there first, broke out doing it. Hernandez runs dead on 2 to shove Mark right out the back door. And that now completes Super Pro round number 1. Got our juniors back here in the staging lanes. They are ready to rock. And Pro ET, if you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. Pro ET at round 2. You should be back there lined up, ready to go. Hey, again, reminder, if you won money and haven't picked it up yet, either yesterday or Friday, we got Banker Bruce up here in the tower. And apparently, if you just come up and go, yeah, I know that guy, you can take everybody's check. Because how many you got, Vance? You got like 3 or 4 or 6 of them? I mean, geez. The guy literally comes up and he goes, hey, I got a check from yesterday. And they said, okay, go, I'm going to take this one too. I'm going to take this one. Oh, I know that guy. I'll drop this off for you. Yeah. Jeez. Guy wins a race yesterday and he comes up and gets everybody's money.
Hey, they haven't claimed it yet, so. That's right. Very cool. All right, see you later, Bruce. Good to see you. Take care.
All right, he should have juniors rolling up here momentarily. There we go. I hear the pop and cackle of single cylinder. You know, it's funny, a junior dragster engine is based on a 5-horse Briggs, but they're about as much 5-horse Briggs as a top fuel motor is 426 Hemi. I mean, the architecture kinda sorta. But it is all aftermarket parts all the time. We have one new junior arrival, and it's Ariana Bissett right here. Ariana was not here on Friday and Saturday. I think she had to work. And she's 10 years old. She works in a sweatshop someplace, I think. She put in overtime yesterday, so they let her have the day off. Ariana's actually got a deal with the Scrappers Racing Team, if you know the Scrappers Racing Team. They've got some very accomplished ladies racing all the way up to and including Top Fuel. I think Ariana's got her sights set on that, but it's going to be a while. They won't let you do that at 10 years old. Christian Pridgeon over in the right side. Tank house maintenance on the side of that car. 1190 the dial on the right, 890 in the left. Now, Ariana, if I remember right, and it's possible that I don't because I'm not very smart, and I have a vivid memory. The problem is it only lasts about 12 seconds. But didn't Ariana have a 001 light? She made the time run earlier this morning because, well, nobody, if you haven't been down to the track, you were allowed one, and she took the one. Uh-oh, here comes another guy who's going to take home 6 checks. Christian Pridgeon off and running. There's your 3-second head start. Here comes Ariana. She's closing the gap in a hurry, but Christian still holding on. Can he hold? Can he hold? Can he hold? Wow. Ariana goes dead 9 and is going to take the win. Christian Pridgeon had a 005 reaction time, but broke out, running 1185 on the 1190. So Ariana missed it a little bit at this end, was dead on at that end. Apologies to Mr. Kelso, where I ran out of donuts yesterday, and I didn't have time to go shopping this morning because I had to stop by the Tom Bear Tire Service, get a low tire taken care of. So, sorry, but no donuts for Perfect Lights today. They're having a problem with the Mason Tuck machine over on the right side. Lost fire, and they're trying to get that thing started back up as Kira DeCarolis waits patiently. And now it looks like Mason's going to go ahead and roll forward. Mason was part of the All Mason Winter Circle last night, and I don't think they took a picture of the All Mason Winter Circle last night. And I think you're missing a bet. If we have any sprint car fans, did you guys see the non-wing Tulsa shootout last night? C-Bell and Kyle Larson put on a show. And Bell won. That guy's a dirt monster. Well, Mason Tuck lost fire again, unable to stage the car. So from the winter circle last night to the early exit today as Kiera DeCarolis takes her free ride. 9:04. Holy smokes. I mean, I'm all for dialing soft by 2 or 3, but 9:04 on the 922. I love it when a plan comes together. Well, you know, sometimes your plan is we're going to go up there and the opponent's going to red light, so I'll have a time run. That was my plan one time in Bristol at the original first ever spring fling race. Guess how that worked out? I got crushed like a grape. Dave Caldwell in the left side, Presky Kinman in the right side. Caldwell dialed in 12:08. Presky's at 8:90. So we had a 3-second head start to start this deal, and we got a more than 3-second head start now. 3.28 if I got the math right. Wow. Both of yesterday's winners out of here, round number 1. 013 red. For Mason Flagar, then runs dead on. 809 on the 809. Unfortunately for him. Lit the cherry down here. So the wind light comes on for Jay, 797. 82 miles an hour. Now it's going to be Madeline Smith out of Litchfield Park. Okay, I get it. She lives in Litchfield Park. That's why she's got the Air Force scheme on the side of it. It only took me 3 days to figure that out. Brooklyn Foltz over in the right side. Can you put a 790 on the top of the scoreboard? 799 is going to be close enough for Brooklyn. That's going to be a winner because Madeline Smith goes too quick at 787. 82 miles per hour. Madeline had the better reaction time. Was out in front the entire time and just needed to back up a little bit. Kenzie Jones now on the left side and Cade Renault. Kenzie Jones is dialed back just a smidge. Folks at Team Southwest Graphics. Appreciate Southwest Graphics making me that big A to put on Erica Ender's car last year. I had a side bet with her team owner about a bowl game. We won. Erica ran an A on the roof in Phoenix. And Southwest Graphics made it for me. Both these runners going to age out at the end of the year. Their last year racing the little cars. I'm pretty darn certain that both of them have got aspirations to continue their drag racing. It's not the junior league. Kenzie Jones drops donuts. He goes perfect. 794. That's going to be a winner. Cade Renault goes 786 on the 90. He got there first by 1,000th of a second, but had to break out as Kenzie Jones' perfect light pushed him into it. Matty Kruba on the left side, Gavin Pine in the right. Gavin Pine says he's going to run 808. Matty's at a 795. We're wrapping up round 1 of the juniors, and we've got Pro ET. Getting ready to rock here now. .003, 796. Man, that's nasty. Both of them run one above the dial. Matty was .003. And basically the difference at the start was the difference at the finish. She wins it handily. Gavin missed the tree, nailed the dial, and that wasn't going to make it work. Chloe Darby now on the left side, and Sarah Kidd. So let's see, Chloe's from Vail and Sarah's from Marana. Vail is that way a little bit and Marana's that way a little bit. I'm not sure this is exactly meet in the middle, but I bet it's pretty close. Vail's probably a little closer. A little closer. But both of them call this place home, and neither one of them wants to leave early on a Sunday morning here at the new Tucson Dragway. Both of them away on a green. Chloe is out there. Sarah's closing in. Chloe's holding on. Sarah's closing in. Wampada, wampada, wampada. It's going to come down to a double breakout. Chloe's under by 0.03 of a second. Sarah's under by 0.05 of a second. Sarah Kidd did a very nice job at the finish line, getting the nose out front 008, but was behind at the starting line, and Chloe closed her out down there. So 3,000 breakout. Chloe Darby winning, and we'll be back a little bit later on in the day. Pro ET getting ready to roll out next for round number 2. First pair, Brandy Card, Andy Kadar. Brandy and Andy. Little Ford versus Pontiac matchup. One bulb, the difference handicap. Right lane gets the head start. Both cars have license plates on them. I love race cars with license plates. Kadar's Pontiac going to see the countdown first. Red light start for Randy Card. Randy goes red, Andy goes on. 793 on the 790 for Andy Kadar. 37 on a 40 for Brandy, but the red light ruined her round. Stan Hammond now on the left side, Mike Williams in the right. .623 at the prediction for the Nova. A little root beer brown Chevrolet, Williams. And the Fury over on the right side. Both of these have license plates too. Well, now Williams doesn't have a current license plate, does he, or does he? Am I seeing things? He does have a license plate. It says Furious. I don't know if he's got a current tag or not. Find out if he's going to be furious at the end of this round. Well, he's not furious yet. And he's not going to be furious at all. 016 taking 002. It's going to be a winner for Williams. 46 on a 44. Stan Hammond goes 24 on a 23. 27 on the bulb ain't terrible. Unless the guy in the other lane is going 016 taking 002. Then it still ain't terrible. It just ain't good enough. Trevor Ward on the left side. The sixth generation Camaro. The final generation Camaro. And Darwin LaFord, the second generation chrome bumper Camaro. Darwin LaFord runs dead 4, taking 007. Trevor didn't have anything for that. Left too much back here, crossed the finish line second, ran under. But dead on taking double O. That is, as a general rule, a pretty good strategy. Gotta bring up the Outlaw. And I think they're double driving this thing. Joe Kidd's driving it and somebody else is driving it. But I don't know who somebody else is. Or maybe Joe Kidd just double entered it. Jerry Pyler on the right side. From basically the same generation. Both of them are way on the green. Jeremy had a reaction time to start with a 1. That is a bad, bad, bad plan when Kidd is in the other lane. 683 for the easy win. Plyer runs one over the dial but had no chance to win the race after being late on the starting line. Justin Terrell, or is it Terrell? 69 Chevelle on the left side. Steve Valdez on the right. Valdez with his classic V8 Vega. Chevelle's going to get a slight head start. I call that slight. Looked pretty slight to me. Winlight, however, is going to come on for Steve Valdez. 663 on the 662, 87 on an 86. They both run one above the dial. Difference at the start was about 300. Difference at the stripe was about 300. Steve Valdez is the winner. Chris Stout now, all the way from Pocatello, Idaho. I think if I lived in Pocatello, I'd have to move. No, it's a lovely place. I would never be able to spell Pocatello. I have enough trouble spelling Tucson, and I've been here for my whole life. Ariel Lopez on the right side. Out of Bisbee in the dragster. You know, it's kind of like the old story. Random line start for Chris Stout. Chris goes 006 early. Lopez with a free ride, 5,500, 126, 13 on a 14 for Chris. 6th out, too soon leaving, 6th out, too quick down the racetrack. Anyway, as I started to say, it's kind of like the old story. Me and a buddy of mine are walking down the street and he fell over. I grabbed my phone, I called 911. I said, hey, you got to send help quick. And they said, where are you? I said, I'm on Eucalyptus Street. The operator said, can you spell that for me? I said, how about if I just drag him over to Pine? That was going to be quicker. Benjamin Borquez in the Hellcat. Joe Cox. Team Bandito in the Plymouth over there on the right side. Both of them off and running. Both of them good on the green. Joe Cox going to get the win. He goes 99 on the 98. Benjamin goes 36 on the 33. Left too much room. Cox making it happen. Howard DeVore now on the left side and Henry Leba on the right. Henry in the Dodge Dart. DeVore in the Nova. The Nova going to get the win because Henry, man, what was he looking at? Left 2 bulbs early. 681 for the win for Howard, 99 miles an hour. Wow. It's like Henry was telling himself, leave off the bottom, leave off the bottom, leave off the, and the top came on and he left. Here's Heath Hawthorne on the left side and Manny Lopez on the right. How about the Camaro over there on the right side? That thing's got a couple of 4 barrels and a blower sticking out of the hood. It's like, okay, this is how much money we got. You want to buy a blower or you want to paint it? Blower. I agree. I would have done the same thing. Off and running. Can the Supercharged 427 hold off the Stroker 383? Not today. Manny had the light. Heath had the number, 699 on the 697. Making it happen. Manny goes 15 on the 09. Solid at this end of the racetrack. Couldn't run the number. Kurt Zinzalita left. Kyle Fritz right. Zinzalita. Too soon. Too bad. Kyle Fritz goes 744 on the 743. Rolling his way right on down. Tucson Dragway Boulevard. Here comes the Wolf in the left side and AJ in the right. The old school wagon against the parasitic Psycho. Another red light. Wolf. 023 too soon. AJ Crater throws an egg at him. Dead zero, 79 miles an hour. The race was over at this end of the racetrack. Marv goes 703 at 97 MPHs. Brings up Jimmy Maddox. I'm just reading what it says on my announcer screen. It says V Nova. Charlie German over on the right side in his Nova. Both of them from vintage 1970 some odd. Hey, high school, junior street, and motorcycles, come on down. High school, junior street, and motorcycles to the lanes. Charlie German gets the win light. Jimmy Maddox gets the red light. 6.747. 100 miles an hour for the W. Maddox goes 604 at 113. But he lit the bottom bulb. Here comes Chris Citro left, Tatum Marconi right. Junior street, high school, and motorcycles. Come on down. Are you a tile collector now? Chris Citro, the 87 Fox body. Dialed in 656. Marconi in the Cornet. Got the RB big block. Tatum Marconi turns it red over on the right side of the racetrack. Both drivers run dead on. Tatum was red, Chris was green. And that'll bring up Dave Hicks. And his Camaro, vintage 1968. Ooh, the vinyl top car. I like vinyl top cars. License plate says drag race. It actually says Durg Rack, but I'm filling in the blanks. I think I'm good at that. All of a sudden we got red light-itis. Dave Hicks ain't complaining. He's going to take the win. 639, 109 miles an hour. John, red 3 Hun, and then runs 1 under. Too quick at that end, too quick at this end. That'll bring up Allie Schrader. I just met Allie. Came up, said hi. Young lady, 16 years old, and runs a dyno. I think that's awesome. Dave Dudley, holy smokes. I haven't seen Dave Dudley in like 100 years. Is that the white Chevelle, are you sure? Does he still have the black one? Win light going to come on for Allie. It's a coin flip on the starting line. Allie Schrader runs dead 6 for the win. Dudley runs 682 at 99 miles an hour. I wonder if Dave Dudley still has the black Chevelle. If that's really the white one, I wonder if he still has the black one. Because way back in the day, he had a white SS454 and he had a black SS396. And the 396 is actually faster than the 424, at least it was for, or 454, at least it was for a while. Wes Snodgrass and Mike Graham. I'm sorry, I am having flashbacks to Frankie's Pizza, CB Radio West, Jack in the Box. Super Shops. Mike Graham, 002, taking a hundo. That was more than Wes Snodgrass could deal with. Goes 610 on the 609, but that wasn't going to make it happen. Mike Graham, 002 at this end, 699. Hold on. By a hun. Here comes Tim O'More now. In the Camaro, Benny Harris. In the 67 Nova. Tim O'More, dialed in 581. Pretty fast little Gen 3 hot rod. All right, high school, junior street, motorcycles. Hopefully you guys are all rolling in. Let's go ahead. Put out the first shout for Sportsman. Sportsman, come on down. Attention in the pit. Sportsman to the lanes. Both drivers get away within a couple of thousandths of a second. Tim O'More is going to get the win. Runs 82 on an 81, taking a stripe for the W. Benny Harris was 3 back of the dial, 58 on a 55. And that just didn't quite get it. The Monte Carlo rolling in now. Mark Pelkey, the 87 model Chevrolet. .661 his prediction. Dean Cummins over on the right side. Predicting a 596 on the 69. Is that thing really going to 632? Oh, no. Dean Cummins pulled in, and you could see the Nova go whoop, and turned on the red. Pelkey, 656 at 104 miles an hour. That'll bring up Lonnie Annazola and Andy Kimball. Andy Kimball with a class legal stock eliminator car over there on the right side. Lonnie with the 67 Camaro and a 440. I don't think you can run that in stock. You can't. I checked. You do not want to end up on the Lonnie list. Running a 440-inch stroker small block in stock. That will put you on the Lonnie list. We're going to see the Camaro again because Lonnie's 018. Got the stripe, got the win. Andy Kimball, 10th back of the dial, runs 710 on the 7 flat. Left a little bit here too, but Lonnie had plenty of room. Backed off the throttle, stayed safe, took the win. Monique Allen, 77 Corvette with a stroker. A couple of carburetors out the hood. Let's say engage brand. I'm trying to decipher the license plate. Aaron McCommon did it on the right side. Aaron's going to get the win here. Wow, wow, wow. Both drivers were not great on the tree. I'm trying to be nice. And then Monique took a 10th and a half to break out by a thou. Ugh. Ugh. Both drivers missed it bad at this end. Aaron missed the dial bad at that end. And Monique way out in front to break out a thou. Mike Heath in the 67 Camaro. Luis Valenzuela in the 84 Camaro. Gen 1, Gen 3. Sportsman, come on down. Sportsman to the lanes. Valenzuela, 5:58 on a 5:57. That's going to be a winner. Mike Heath got there first by 0.04 of a second, broke out by 2 of them. Had a little wiggle room down there. We got 2 too many. He breaks out. Valenzuela goes on. Brings up Cliff Hall in the Falcon and Tony Marconi in the Plymouth Arrow. What we got to have is the Battle of the Arrows at some point. We need to have Downing on one side, Marconi on the other. Just for fun. Just for you, all you Arrow fans. Then you can root for the arrow with the roof or the roofless arrow. Sometimes I feel like an arrow without feathers. Have you ever seen an arrow without feathers? Right, exactly. Well, Marconi is staying alive. Wow, both drivers doing a nice job on the tree. But Cliff Hall got there first, broke out, 58 on a 61. Marconi goes 99 on a 6 flat. 7 thou the difference in reaction time, advantage Tony. Cliff Hall got there first by 007, and on the double breakout, that's going to put him on the wrong side of the math by 14 thou. Thad Card in the Mustang. Chloe Lippin in the dragster. Red light start for Thad Card. And here's pretty dark red at 055. 629 for Chloe. 110 miles an hour, 706 for Thad, 55 miles an hour. And now Jessica Robinson in the Boo. And John Schur in the Valiant. That Malibu's sweet. I love the subtleness. Doesn't have a big tire, just a little bit of a cowl. Ken Magoo run down at Jessica. Yep. 681 for the win. 90 miles an hour for John. Jessica goes 27 on 24. She's going to come up a little bit short. Here's Bob Cohen in the truck. 69 S10. And Luis Ortiz over there on the right side. Ortiz driving the Dart. Ortiz gets the win. 619, 110 miles an hour, 704.9 on the 705 for Bob Cowan. Looked like he had her dialed hard, but turned on the red light at this end of the racetrack. And here comes Larry Cannon in the Chevelle and Rich Hanley in the Mustang. Both drivers away on a green. Cannon gets there first, runs 13 on a 15. Richard gets there second, runs 84 on an 85. So Richard breaking out by 7 thou is going to get to the W. As Cannon breaks out by 15. Had a little bit of room to work with and got dropped on his head down there at the other end for the breakout. Carson Heath. Taylor Boeing. That 65 Nova is a nice car. I just sit up here and think about all the things I'd like to add to my collection. The room. The ambition. Wind light's going to come on for Taylor Boeing. Wow, again, reaction time was basically a coin flip. Comes down to a double breakout. Heath goes 707 on the 708. Taylor goes 31 on the 32. Go down to the little bitty, itty bitty, teeny tiny numbers out there on the end by 0.04 of a second. Taylor Boeing comes out on the good side of a double breakout. Here comes Chuck Hawk and Tim DeBroke. Tim in the Dodge Dart over in the right side. It's like a cross between Hugger Orange and Vice C. Timmy's toy off and running. Chucky's Mustang gonna get the win. Both drivers doing a nice job at this end of the racetrack, but then Tim goes 725 on a 32. Wowza. Hawk goes 702 on a 703. Comes out on the good side of the double breakout. We'll see more of Hawk. Kim Zimmerman left, Vic Sandoval in the right. Zimmerman's Dart that's for sale. 70 model. Vinyl top car. And Sandoval. I'm going to have to put Sandoval on my favorite Chevelles list. So now I got a green one, a yellow one, a red one, a blue one. The red light is shining on the yellow car. The wind light is shining on the white car. 739 at 90 miles an hour, that's a winner. Sandoval goes red, then dead 5. You know, you always want to on dead on after a red light, just, you know, in case you didn't already feel like pounding your head against the wall of the ET booth down there at the other end. You know, just in case. Tyler Sally now on the Dart on the left side. Greg Sarbaugh. Craig's car is a class legal stalker. Was it like a B automatic, I think? C automatic, something like that? Difference in dial, 0.36. Sally will get the head start. Sally off and running. Craig Sauerbaugh pulls up, puts a nose on him. Wow. Craig Sauerbaugh dropped the nose on him. 1 thou at the stripe. 7 flat for the win on the 699. Sally had a couple in the bank at this end of the racetrack. Goes 739 at 90.9. And he went down there and let Craig Sauerbaugh nose him by a thou. Got to be careful of those Firebirds. If you're judging the front tire, and I think that's what happened. Tyler got nosed. Marcus Ocampo left. Derek Fisher right. Fisher in the Fairmont. Marcus in the Mustang. Marcus Mustang, dead on win. 29 on the tree, dead 8. That was more than Derek could handle. 659 on the 655, and that wasn't making it happen. Here comes Matt Hawk and John Amstutz. I got another question for you on the triple team challenge thing. If I'm double entered, can I be 2 members of the team, or can I double enter and be 1 member of the team and still win twice? Inquiring minds and all that. Amstutz taking care of business. Had the reaction advantage, nosed him out 15 thou down at the other end, 783 for the win. Matt Hawk goes 45 on a 44. That part was all right. Being 4 late at this end was not so all right. That'll bring up Jeff Lee. I really like Jeff Lee's car. In the first place, you don't see that many AMXs anymore. In the second place, you don't see that many clutch cars anymore. A factory super stalker, 390 and a 4-speed. Mark Johns over on the right side in the Mustang. It says 66, but it's not. It's not. What is that, a 70, 69? It is definitely not a 66. Yay! Jeff Lee drops the clutch, hikes the nose, and off on the charge. Both drivers 006. And then Jeff Lee gets the stripe by 13 thou. That's a winner. Mark 41 on a 38. Both drivers 006. You leave 006 and can't even leave first. It's like, come on, man. Come on. Jeff Lee so far, I think, has wheel stand of the day. That looked like fun. Here comes Carlos Ortiz. In the Monte Carlo, no matter what my screen says, and DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Malibu. Hey, sportsman, final call. Oh, attention to the spits. Final call, sportsman. You should all be there. And Super Pro, be ready. We're going to be calling you in here pretty quick. Off and running, Fitzgerald for the win. On the double breakout. DeAndre got there first, broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Carlos got there second, broke out by 3/100ths of a second. Kenny Pastor being left side, Rob Strong in the right. Kenny has been really mean this weekend. Really mean. And Kenny Passerby lights the bottom bulb. All right, who had that on your bingo card? Rob Strong goes 697 at 98 miles an hour on the Firebird. Takes a free ride. Whoopsie. Now it's going to be Billy McDaniel on the left side and Darwin LaFord in the right. The Camaro out of Vancouver, Washington actually has a Washington state license plate on it. Well, there you go. Man, that Nova's clean. That Nova's clean, but Darwin's going to take care of business. Dead zero down at the other end. He was behind at this end. Got in front at that end, runs dead zero, taking 009. Billy McDaniel goes 47 on a 45, and that wasn't going to be enough to make it happen. Hey, just a quick heads up out there while it's reasonably quiet. For those of you who traveled, if you would like to stay overnight, you're more than welcome to. But we do need to have the pits cleaned out by 10 a.m. tomorrow. So if you want to hang out one more day here and enjoy the beautiful Arizona sunshine, you're welcome to hang out overnight. But we do need to have the pits emptied by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Stan Hammond goes 002, and that's going to translate into a win. 626. Eric 647. At 100 miles an hour, but the 091 light, he was way behind, could not overcome that. TJ Ward in the left, Benjamin Boquez in the right. Couple of new generation hot rod street cars coming at you right here. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro double enters. Come on down. Super Pro double entries. 688 for the win for T.J. Ward, 100 miles an hour. Making it happen. Ben missed the tree, got there second, and ran too quick. And TJ, 88 on the 84, a little wiggle room down at the other end. Jeff Edwards going to take the solo run in the turquoise or teal Chevy 2. .643 on the solo, 107 miles an hour. Once again, if you are here from out of town, or even if you're not from out of town, if you'd like to stay overnight tonight, you're welcome to do so. But we do need to have the pits cleared out by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Madeline Smith left, Haley Bopp right. Wow, the license plate on Madeline's little Mini down there says Mean Girl. Is Madeline a mean girl? I mean, I'm not going to make her mad to find out. I'm just wondering. Well, she should be happy now. Had reaction advantage, goes one over the dial, 14 on a 13. Haley also goes one over the dial, but left too much back here. So Madeline Smith going to advance. And here comes Allison Bollet and Chase Renault. These two are both driving juniors this week, as well as Junior Street. I'm reading the lettering on the side of Jace's car, and it looks like he intends to go very deep. Allison also planning to knock out the top bulb and does. Both of them get away on the green. Okay, you got time to run and get a cheeseburger and come back. Allison or Jace? Way too much time to think about it. Double breakout, Jace Renault for the win. 41 on a 43 is under by 2. Allison goes 1178 on the 1190. Huh? What was that? Jace Renault making it happen. All right. Here comes the kid in the S10. Going to take the solo, then we're going to get into the motorcycles, and Bruce is going to slide back in here and talk a little two-wheeling. Christian over there looks like he's burning himself down. It doesn't have the same effect when you're by yourself. .99 at the start, 890 at the stripe. And there you have it. Motorcycles next. Super Pro double entries. Super Pro double entries to the lanes.
Here we go. Two-wheeled wonders coming to the lines. Marley Patterson. Oops. Marley Wollison. Oh, so used to calling her Patterson. Oops. Justin will have something to say about that. 92 is ZX 1100. 1320 cc's. 6-0 is the dial for Marley here in the tower side. Up against Dan Schneider. Dan's out of Erie, and I believe Dan is double entered on motorcycles, so he may end up turning right around, coming right back. For that double entry run. He's looking for a 642. And Marley, she wants a 6 flat. So I know Marley always chooses a 4 Pro tree, so I don't know what Dan does. Can't quite see it over there with the blinders on. It's normal to have blinders on anyway. Pre-staged, RPMs come up for Marley. Flash of amber. And a double green light start. Marley a little tardy with a 124. Schneider 73. Takes a stripe by 43 thou. 43 10,000ths and gets the win. Goes 5 up on the dial with the stripe at 4. It was made up at the big end out there at 103 miles an hour. Here's Justin Willison and Bill Kay. Kay here in the left-hand lane. Bill Kay. 588 to Justin's 582. 6 separates him at the starting line. See what happens at the 660 foot-feet. With all those 6s out there. Bill Kay, RPMs come up, goes in deep. And again, neither one of them really too stellar on the starting line. And wow. Bill Kay had about 7 in the bank, held on to it, goes 98 on an 88. Justin a whole lot closer at the big end, took the stripe by 15 and had, like I say, he was 173 to Bill's 104, but he was closer to the number 2 thou off, or I'm sorry, 2 hunt off at 115. Attention in the pits, attention pits, Super Pro, everybody, come on down. Doubles first, singles second, Super Pro. All Super Pro to the lanes, please. 7 and 8. Here's Pat Marbach. Up against Tom Patterson. Wow. How patient can you be, Tom? Oh no, missed a gear or something there. Whoops. Oh no, Marbach goes under. He was not looking over his left shoulder as Patterson. Something happened, missed a gear, whatever it was, but he will win at 44 miles an hour. Oh no. Pat doesn't normally do that, especially in either one of his cars, but on the motorcycle, he was just way, took a little bit too much stripe and goes under by 7 and gives the win over to Patterson.
What was that?
Go ahead. Alright.
It's not for me.
Oh, come on. That wasn't enough. That was not for pro. What, did you pull up on the first hole or something?
I was about to.
Got the game.
I felt it in my spine.
He wasn't that bad, he rigged it.
I didn't even win.
Go for it. You have double pulls them like that?
I know. What's up with that?
I'm ready. Oh, okay.
And I still lost.
Oh, man. My fucking point.
Alright, I quit. I got a 4.
That was a good light, though. It was good.
You got a 4.
It doesn't count unless you should run all the way down there. Get to the finish line.
Oh, you can do that too.
Yeah, I got that
Give me my guess.
I'm all like 60 foot.
You don't want to do another burnout?
Is he gonna do it?
What? You want to do another burnout? You're good? Okay.
I'll just go.
Okay. Let's
Dylan Smith here on the tower side. But Sammy Franco at the third. Almost to the 60-foot cone. Luckily, he set it down in time to get the win. Had a 002 reaction time. Then goes 11 up on his 50 with a 51 and a 1. Took the stripe by 96 ten-thousandths of a second. And a marjorie at that 122 miles an hour. Looks like Dylan goes under by 7. He only had a 29 light, so that was the 7 right there. 29 at the hit. Here's Jack Bates, the front engine dragster out of Fallbrook, California. And I believe he was actually getting licensed passes in this, whether he's doing an upgrade or what, but we've got a couple of front engine dragsters out here this weekend. Jack Bates being one of them. He's over there in the right-hand lane against Randy Smith. He's going to go next round as Bates goes red by 20. Wow, Randy goes 35 on a 39.4, soft at 127. DeAndre Fitzgerald still going rounds in the Malibu wagon. 4 doors and more. Out of Sacramento, 652. Gabriel Hernandez in his rear engine dragster. Can he be 2 seconds patient? Well, DeAndre's been pretty good on the tree. He's been pretty close to the numbers. So Gabriel better be pretty close to the numbers as well. Bump up into the beams. The wagon sneaking up on him. Flickers the beams, rolls in. That's 6.5, 7 inches. He's away. Hernandez away green. 4 thou better on the tree was Hernandez. But 9 thou off as DeAndre took the stripe by 96 ten-thousandths. Gabriel had a 001, but was further off the dial. He was 2 off the dial. And DeAndre takes the stripe by 9 thou. Looks like Gabriel was 2 hun off at the finish line. And DeAndre gets the win in the Malibu wagon. Takes out another dragster. Here's Luke Makovica. Lenny Fife. The dragster is in the right-hand lane. That's pretty obvious. The Camaro, 70.5 Camaro. 660 for Lenny Fife. Another one that's only about 18 years old. Oh no. Luke had a 005 reaction time. Goes under by 0.02 of a second because he took 5 hun too much stripe. And Fife goes 61 on a 60, 17 up on the dial. He left about 4 at the starting line and goes 105 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 19 hundredths of a second. Nathan DeMarco, Jimmy Kelso. Kelso with a 5:15. In the right-hand lane, DeMarco with a 5:40 left-hand lane. Wow. Kelso 004 at the tree, 3 up on the dial, 126 at the end, 37. Took the stripe by 37.4, and Nathan couldn't get it. Looks like Cindy Hawk here on the tower side. The 2011 Spitzer up against Kristen Stevens. Kristen in the new wheel. Wow, not a whole lot separates them here, about 4. So a 481 to a 446. So like I say, about 4 hun, a little less. Oh, so everybody's changing dials. Let's look what it says on the scoreboard. Let's change mine. No, I'll change yours. No, you can change mine. I got it. Well, we'll change my dial to a 495. Well, you change your dial to a 481. So we're still about 14 different here at the starting line. The Spitzer against the rear engine dragster over in the far side. And it says big block to the Ford big block. Okay, a whole lot better reaction time. Goes to Christian. Oh no! Christian had a 13 light, but goes under 3 thousandths. Took the stripe by 0.80. And Cindy gets a win by 0.03 of a second. Cindy had for her, a terrible light. 0.63. And then goes 2 up on the dial. But Cindy's usually a whole lot closer to the tree. But 63 light, she still got the win because he was only 17 up. 27 up. Here's Calvin Locke. And Daniel Slade. Slade Electrical Contractors. 531 against Calvin's 512. Daniel 94. Looking at the win lights on your scoreboard. Does an equipment saving 40 on the 31 at 128. Here's Chuck Hawk. Hawk Family Racing, Chuck Hawk Automotive. Up against AJ Crater. He's lowering the dial here too again. 845. So Chuck rolls in looking for a 496. AJ in the 2001 Parasitic Psycho. Looking for an 845. The Psycho gets out with a green light. Here comes Chuck in a hurry. Goes dead on 9. But he can't get around to AJ's 002, and then AJ goes dead on 8. So a 10-pack to AJ. And Chuck goes 138 miles an hour. Gave the stripe to AJ. He took 18, but he had 14 in the bank already. So AJ with the win. I think this is Dave, one of Tom Bayer's cars. I believe this is Dave Card in one of Tom Bayer's cars over there in the right-hand lane. 512 is the dial. Up against Mark Darsal. Mark with a 506 here in a small block powered rear engine dragster. Well, it looks like maybe we're going to go ahead and run them. Next pair. Oops. Well, I thought that was David on the last pair, but guess not. This is David Poole over there in the right-hand lane. Again, one of Tom Bayer's cars. Nick Rinstra. In the 72 Vega, small block 691. Up against David's 511. Looks like Nick has already rolled into pre-staged. Waiting on Dave to roll in there as well. David, hang on. Oh, cannot get there. Better light by a 1 goes to David, but he was further off the dial, had a 3 off the dial, gave the stripe to Nick at 2, and Nick takes it, had 15 up, but a 32 light, 98 miles an hour. So it looks like with the 2 starting line, finish line takes the win at 98 miles an hour. Not sure whether this is Mitch or Chloe. Can't quite see the car. And the Lippin Mobile. Say Rory. All right, win's going to go over to Brittany Hinkle, or Brittany Toya, whatever. Dial to 96, goes dead on 7 after a 12 light. Eric Daniels is a tick behind at the starting line, a couple back there, but Brittany takes the stripe by 23 and a win at at 96 miles an hour. Here's Joe Cox Jr. 66 Plymouth Valiant, 698 on the window. Up against Brian. Get the win as Joe goes to red by thousandths of a second. Gives the win to Brian. Brian would have gone under. Gave the stripe to Joe anyway. He was looking at the win lights on his scoreboard. Brian goes 05 on an 07, 2 under at 113. Here's one of Alan's favorite Chevelles. Here in the left-hand lane, Taddy's Armenta, 663. Against Sarah Kidd. Wow. Armenta doing just a little bit of tail wiggle out here about, about 100 feet or so. Oh, takes a strike by 38 thousandths of a second. 38 10,000ths of a second. Goes dead 2 after a 36 light. Sarah had a better light, but she was further off the number. So it looks like Taddy gave her a whole bunch of room out there, gave her a couple hun, but Sarah couldn't make up for it at the big end, and Taddy gets the win by 38 10,000ths of a second. Here's Larry Cannon looking for a 613 up against Tony Fiscada. Tony in a 1967 freshly painted street legal 70 Chevelle. And the Camaro is going to pick up the win. Wow, Larry had a whole lot better light. Tony was like kind of sleeping almost, had a 41 light, not usual for Tony. Then Tony takes a stride by 89 10ths at 109 miles an hour, 3 up on the dial. Larry had a 008 light, then goes 7 up on the dial. So Tony had to make it up at the stripe, and does by taking the stripe at 89 10ths. Here's Mark Lalonde, 99 Yancer. And Wes Snodgrass. Wes in the left lane, 608 is what he's looking for. Up against Lalonde's 512. Whole lot better reaction time goes to the winner. That's Lalonde at a 002 at the tree, then goes 2 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 13 and gets the win at 126 miles an hour for Lalonde. Snodgrass played at the stripe, was only 1 off up there, but he was 3 off here at the starting line. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, 6 to 12. Junior dragsters, 6 to 12. This is your first call. All right, the Z car of Chris Silman up against Mike Gardner's Falcon. The Falcon's in the right lane. So Stillman, left lane with the Z car. It is Chevrolet up against Mike Gardner's Falcon. The Falcon wants a 635. The Z car wants a 594 and runs a 593. And Silman will take that win and goes about 8 thou under at 115 miles an hour. Gardner was just a tick behind at the starting line. As Silman picked it up at the big end and goes 28 hundredths of a second for the win. Zimmerman, red light by 9 thousandths of a second. But Jerry Duffy says, that's okay. I'll lay down a 003 and go 4 under my dial because I'm looking at the wind lights on my scoreboard. Duffy goes 133 miles an hour. Zimmerman goes 4 up on the dial, but that 9 thou red cost him the light. All right, here's Jeremy Jacob. Jacob here in the left lane. And I think Brian Fritz. Brian over there in the Roadster. So Brian is, I think he's sponsored by Torco. I'm not sure whether it's oils or racing fuel, but I believe sponsored by Torco for Brian Fritz. You see Kyle in the Dirty Bird quite often. That's Brian's son, but Brian been running this Ford for a long time. It's a small block Chevy powered Roadster, 27 Ford Roadster. 630 is the dial. Up against Jeremy Jacobs, 62 Plymouth Savoy, 578. Green lights a pair. Wow. As Alan says, just a coin flip. 32 to a 26, and Brian takes it with the 26. Wow, Jeremy goes under by 7 thousandths of a second. Took 16 10 thou. Too much stripe. Didn't have anything tucked away. Brian had about 7 put away in the bank, and that 7 was picked up as a margin of victory. 7 thousandths of a second goes to Brian Fritz in the win. Here's Mr. Toya, Don Toya. Attention to pits, Junior Dragsters 6 to 12. Junior Dragsters 6 to 12. Your second call, please. Junior Dragsters 6 to 12. Your second call. Mike McBrayer, Corvette, right lane. Toya, Yancer chassis, left lane. 2011 Yancer. 494. On the window, up against a Mike's 671. When you talk about a coin toss, only 2 separates them here at the starting line. McBrayer had a better 36 by 2 to Donnie's 28, but Donnie goes dead on 7 to get the win away. Took the stripe by 8 and a win at 133.96. Wow, McBrayer was only 17 off the number, but he had 2 in the bank at the starting line. And Donnie takes it out the back door with an 8. Here's Joe Landavazzo and Curtis Zenzalita. Attention to pits, Junior Dragsters 6 to 12. Your final call. Junior Dragsters 13 to 17. Wow, Zenzalita with a red light start. Automatic free time run. Another guy that does not a free time run is Landavazzo. Landavazzo had it dialed up just a little bit soft. Took the stripe by 16. Had a 15 light. Goes 2 under at 124. Here's that Plymouth Arrow Roadster of Tony Marconi up against Zach Taylor. Taylor in the dragster left lane, 572. up against Marconi's 6-0. Better light by 1 goes to Marconi, and so is the win. Looks like Zach takes 19 stripe, goes under his 72 with a 7-0. Here is Jacob Taylor, or as Alan says, from State Farm. Is here in the left-hand lane in the Duster, 650 on the window. Up against Luis Ortiz in the Phantom, 522. The Phantom Dragster, 522 against Luis is patient enough because they're both green light starts. Wow. Ortiz goes 2 up on the dial, had a 13 light, 4 better than Jake from State Farm. Takes a strike by 19 and gets a win at 123. Here's Keith Downing. And Taylor Bowling driving Joe Kidd's pick-em-up truck. 632 against a 727. The 78 roofed arrow. So we're talking about putting Marconi and Downing together here to run the 2 arrows. Taylor looking for a 32. Goes a 32-0, dead 0, 22 light, about 15 better at the tree. Takes a stripe by 20 and goes dead 0. Downing didn't have a whole lot of room to play, but he goes dead 5, but he left 15 at the tree. Matt Bong, 638 Mustang left. Sean Phipps, Hayabusa, 647 right. And again, 2 excellent trees, 38 to a 55, and the motorcycle goes under, breaks out, took the stripe by 16 and trying to make up that about 12 difference at the starting line. Bong had a 38 and then goes dead 2. So a 40 pack at 107 miles an hour, margin of victory. About 3,300 goes to Matt Bong. Austin Downing and Davey Johnston. Davey in the Beretta. And Austin, of course, in the Yancer chassis, left lane 477 to Davey's 546. Red flag for Downing by 0.02 of a second. Davey 009, then goes up 25 at 125. Attention pits, junior dragsters, 13 to 17, your second call. Junior dragsters, 13 to 17, your second call. Mickey Galloway. Isn't that a neat looking Nova? About a 62 Chevy 2. It's got about a 4-inch cowl induction hood. It's only about 3 inches up off the ground. It's got a spill plate. He's sitting over here looking for a 615 in the left-hand lane, up against Luis Valenzuela Sr. Uh-oh. That didn't bode well. Oh no, why not? I'll take that just for the heck of it. Unbelievable. Luis red lit at the hit. And as Mickey rolls into the beams finally, Luis goes red by 20. And Mickey has an 11 light and gets the win. So you're talking about somebody that's going to be angry about that. As Luis looks at that time slip and goes, I what? Here's Alessandro Ortiz and Alex Sandin. Alex in the lime green. 2013? No, I don't think so. That's not a 2013 Dart. Might be a 1974 Dodge Dart Plymouth. Or a Dodge Demon Plymouth, whatever. But it's not a 2013. 588's the dial anyway. We know that. We know it's Alex Sandin, and we know he comes from Sonora, so all of that's correct. Might just be the year. But Alessandro Ortiz, he is a 1980 Malibu. There's only about 7 ton difference at the starting line. Participants, final call. All juniors, final call. All juniors should be in lanes 1 and 2. Okay, here we go. Back after it one more time. We're going to finish him off today. Rob Strong, 68 Firebird. Pat Neal, 1996 Corvette. Pat's looking for a 516. Rob's looking for a 698. In our American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Looks like Rob's looking over his left shoulder a little bit there as the Pontiac drifts out towards the fence a little bit. And then he goes under a couple. Dial to 98, goes to 96. Took a stripe by 555. Pat goes 21 on a 16. 10 light. Margin of victory, 67 thousandths of a second at 126 miles an hour. Pat Neal into round number 3. Matt Bong, right lane. Pat Marbach, left lane. Bet Pat won't do what he did on the motorcycle. It broke here at the start line, and Pat broke out. So that was not a winning combination for Pat Marbach. He won't do that in the dragster. That's a 635 as they enter and go through the 660. Wow, look at that. Ray Bong 001 reaction time. Then goes 38 on a 35, 3 up on the dial. Takes a stripe by 3. At 106 miles an hour. Marbach goes on his dial, but he left 27 at the starting line. Here's John McNeil. I'm sorry, McDaniel, duh. And Mark Johns. The 69 fastback Mustang. The Lumina left. 587 with a 008. Pretty stellar light. 008 eighth thou off that perfect light. Took the stripe by 27. Goes 17 up on the dial, but an 8 light got him the win. Johns goes 47 green and a dead 5 at 106 miles an hour, but there wasn't no room to get around even going dead 5. So with that 47 light, cost Mark the race. Mark Barnhart, right-hand lane, 470 up against our Bing Cherry, Black Cherry, Hermosillo, Mexico pickup truck, 627. Ooh, Mark's going to have to be like way patient. A couple of seconds out there, a couple and a half. And he does. And he's almost an identical reaction time, and he's a win. 72 10,000ths of a second margin of victory. There was 8 thousandths better here at the starting line, and then goes dead 3. So a 34 pack at 143 miles an hour, but picked it up at the stripe by 72 10,000ths of a second. Look at Ruben goes dead 2, but he left about 37 at the starting line. So not too bad. All right, Rodney Ward and Beto Dominguez. Dominguez in a 1998 Nissan in the 429 cubic LS. Looks like Beto wants a 679. Rodney's looking for a 623, and it's a double breakout win. Goes over to Rodney Ward. Rodney dialed to 23, goes just 3 under. Better light goes to Beto by about 8 or 9 thou at 109 miles an hour. Margin to victory, 21 ten-thousandths of a second over to Rodney Ward in the C10 pickup truck. Bill Bullock, the door car, the matte black 67 Camaro. And Brad Hawk. Brad in a 2016 Spitzer. The Spitzer left lane looking for a 4.74. The door car, the Camaro, looking for a 5.90. Bullock, 5 red. That's 5 now red. And Brad says, well, thank you. I'll go 32 green and go 1 up on my dial and take the win. Travis left lane out of Canada, 632 cubic inches, 457 to lane. Right lane belongs to Leroy Duran. Now last pass he didn't chop the tree like he did earlier, but I think he was at 10 green and a couple 3, 4, 5 off the numbers. See what he can do this time. In a Yancer chassis 490. Drivers. Leroy, it looks like Leroy going dead after again, has a dead 5 and a perfect 0.000 reaction time. Takes the stripe by 15 at 139 miles an hour. Travis, no room to play. He had a 33 light and then still goes under by 2. But Leroy didn't give him any room at all. When you got a 5-pack, it's going to be tough to get around. So dead 5 and a perfect reaction time for Leroy Duran. So he's doing it again. So between a 5-pack, a 2-pack, it's Duran's going to be tough all day long. Keeps that up. Dwayne Ringuth out of Rockview County, Alberta, Canada. And Hector Hernandez. Hector in the 87 Mustang. The Mustang Fastback, 623. Or is he just that far back? Huh. Okay. As they roll up into the beams. Again, Hector, right lane 623. And Dwayne wants a 472. Red line start, Dwayne. Automatic free time run, Hector. And the way Hector's gone for the last 3 days, he doesn't need a free time run either. 2 up on the dial, 42 at the tree at 109.62 for Hector. Michael, left lane, 2022 TNT dragster. Up against Savannah Kid. Savannah in the 1966 Chevy 2. Attention to pits. Final call. Final call. All juniors. Final call. And it does. Oh, looks like Michael a little bit too much out there. Goes under his dial by about 8. And Savannah gets the win, goes dead 7 after a 21 line. She had 2 put away. Takes a strike by 10 and a win at 104.
Are we there yet? I'm ready to be there. He wasn't ready to be there. Neither was Elliott. Elliott had a 295 reaction time and was large and in charge. Hernandez missed it a ton. 5:16 for the win for Elliott. Mom said there'd be days like that. It always kills me to see somebody get 008 and get tattooed, and the next guy comes up and goes 265, and it's like, oh, look at me. I'm a hero. Nick Downing and Ken Rader coming at you. How many of these do I need? I got more than plenty. I got too many already. Is it just me, or does it feel like somebody's back there in the staging lanes building Super Pro cars? It feels like we run 162 of them and we still got some back there. How many of them do we have anyway? More than 162. Generator was 0-3 RED. Picked up the win on the first night and hadn't had any luck the last couple of days. 534 for Nick Downing at 130 miles an hour. Dead one for Rader. His total margin of error was 4 thousandths of a second, but 3 thou of those were red. That's hilarious. There's 750,000 golf carts here, and only one of them has golf clubs on the back of it. That's really funny. Billy McDaniel on the left side, Dylan Moody on the right. Looks like we got all the juniors there. Have we called Pro ET yet? Come on down. Pro ET to the lanes. Doubles, doubles, doubles. Billy McDaniel just hit low ET of the weekend. He ran 1.99 seconds. Man, that is getting it. Dylan went 2.01 seconds. I mean, that ain't bad, but it's no 199. That's like really wacky. Really wacky. Mark Darsaw left. Nolan Pasick right. 9 red for Nolan. Double 05 green for Mark. And then Nolan runs dead on 9. Ugh. Here comes Alex Sandin and Alessandro Ortiz coming at you now. The green machine is Alex. You can probably figure out then who Alessandro is. Alessandro making it happen, goes 583 on the 581, 82.9 for Alexander in the left lane. A couple of thou difference in reaction time, and Alessandro on the number. Alex under, DeAndre Fitzgerald now, and Jimmy Kelso. Leave early. By 1,000th of a second, DeAndre Fitzgerald's going to get the win. Minus 007 trumps a minus 008. Both of them run a little bit quick, but that didn't matter at this point. 007 to 008 red. I'm telling you, right place, right time. DeAndre Fitzgerald gets away with it by a thou.
Mic's on. He's going to explain what's going on in 3, 2.
So if we watch the wheel here, when you got a dragster staging and you see the light show going on, what that's from is the sun reflecting off the back side of the spindle. As it's reflecting as the car's staging, you get a flash of light right there, and it goes into the photocell, into the beam, and it's thinking that the car has already left the starting line. So that's why you blacken out the side, you do everything you can. Right thing to do is have the driver put shoe polish on the back side of the spindle so you can't get the glare going back into the photocell.
That's nice to know. Okay.
It's always something.
Hey, you learn something new every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for teaching us that. I'm sure a lot of the viewers didn't know that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, bud. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
Well, we appreciate that.
Steve, let's get this side also.
They don't go over 180.
Well, once again, guys, we're expecting some more either Friday or Saturday. So we still have quite a few checks up here from Friday and Saturday. Yep, for today, but from Friday or Saturday. We got a quiet moment and put that out there to you. If you are expecting cars from either day, Friday or Saturday, and they're not going to have to apply that, then I'm going to come up with. See if we have a check up here. 7:45 first. Good. So we have some checks. A few checks also from Friday and Saturday.
Bruce really needs to come up because he gets a bonus if he gives away all the checks. If he has checks left over at the end of the day, then he doesn't get paid for it. And he doesn't get to keep them. Pro ET looks like they're all loaded in there. If you're not, you're in the wrong place because we've got juniors rolling the water box now, and then it's going to be your turn.
Good racetrack. Did you see what was the problem with that? I saw it, yeah.
If you go guard reserve, yeah, a lot of times, you know that.
Ariana Bissett lined up in the left side. Alyssa Moody lined up in the right side. 890 and 895 are the numbers we're looking at here. Right lane is entitled to a little itty bitty head start. Let's see what happens. Well, the right lane got the little itty bitty head start and compounded it with a 008 light O and still could not get the win. Alyssa Moody looked like she was in charge. And then goes 891 on the 895 to break out. 94 for Ariana. Left late. Got a gift when Alyssa took a 10th and a half to break out. Dave Caldwell and Kira DeCarlos coming at you right now. Whole lot more handicap coming at you here. 3 seconds. Dave Carroll lined up in the left side. Dave's like, fast car? No, I don't need a fast car. Give me a head start and watch me drive the stripe. See if Kira got a little magic down at the other end for him. Red light start for Kira DeCarlos. So Dave takes a free trip down, 12:25, 52 miles an hour, 9:11 for Kira, but 0:58. Too soon. Kathy Waters now left. Christian Pridgeon in the right. Another big handicap. This time, however, it's going to be the right lane that's taken off first. Both drivers this time get away on the green. Christian takes his handicap head start, takes the better reaction time, runs a 12:01, and he's going to win it. Kathy Waters had no chance. Couldn't get it down here. Breaks out down there. Still could not get to the stripe. Christian Pridgeon well out in front and well on the safe side at 12:01. Colton Darby now and Blake Foltz getting ready to duke it out. A little bit of handicap this time. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. With a 914 dial coming up on Colton Darby's side. Over here on the left scoreboard, 890 for Blake. on the run. Blake Foltz on the chase, closing in at the finish line stripe. Heard a whomp, heard another whomp, heard a third whomp. I see a wind light. Blake Foltz, 896, 69 miles an hour, 916 for Colton Darby on the 914. But Blake had a little bit in the bank up here and pedaled his way to the wind down there. Here comes Malachi in the left side and Aubrey in the right. Aubrey Keller's prediction is a 9:02. That means a small head start. Over there on the right side of the racetrack. And unfortunately for Aubrey, 14th out. 14th out on the red side of the tree. Wind light comes up at 884. 76 miles an hour for Malachi, 904 on the 902 for Aubrey. But a little early jumping on the gas. The ice cream vendor is having a BOGO sale. Awesome. So if you love ice cream, BOGO. Or if you know somebody that loves ice cream, don't tell them and tell them I'll go get you one. And let them, you can keep the free one. That's what I would do. No, I'm telling you, that's what I would do. I'd say, hey, Bruce, you buy, I'll fly. Give me the money for 2 ice creams and I'll go get them. I'll bring you back yours. I'll get mine for free. I'll put your money in the pocket. All right, final pair of our juniors. We got the older kids rolling in here now. Both times get away on the green. Weston Moody in the left, Preston Kidman in the right. 890 is what they both predicted. Wind light says 893 beats 8903. And you don't exactly need a PhD in junior dragsters to know that, right? Weston Moody had the better reaction time. Runs 893 to get there in front of Presky, who went dead on 3. Was a little bit later, hitting the gas. And just like that, we get into the older kids. Matty Krupa on the left side, Allison Bollet in the right. 796, the prediction for Matty. Big kids get to go quicker. I love when big kids get to go quicker. It's going to be a 791 for the win for Allison Bollet. 795, Matty Krupa. Slight reaction advantage. Got there first, runs too quick by 6 thousandths of a second. Allison predicted a 90, ran a 91, and Allison Bollet will advance on into the next round. Madeline Smith now comes up in the left side. Jace Renault in the right. Jason Hall's going to take the win here, 793 to a 792. And again, better reaction time. Wow, how about Jace? He's holding 8th out, taking 006, and wins it on a little baby hole shot. This time it's a red light start for Mason Flager. Throws it away 019 too soon. 8:54 for Chloe Darby. 74 miles an hour. Chloe will advance for free. It's wonderful when you get a freebie. Pull up the start line and your opponent goes, no, no, please, you take the win. Macy Coleman left, Savannah Kidd right. Once again, both dialed on the 7.90. Off the starting mark with 007. Macy Coleman could not hold on. Sarah sneaks around at the other end by 0.03 of a second to win it. 792, 80 miles an hour. Macy Coleman was dialed 790, crossed the stripe at 78 miles an hour. I think she was trying to snug it up and gave it back. Oh, Sarah Kidd by 0.03 of a second. Holding the foot down and making it happen. Brooklyn Foltz now. The Mach 1 race team and Cade Renault. Team Brooklyn for Mach 1. Team Cade for Silver State. It's going to be Cade, 004. Parlays that into a 799 win. Brooklyn goes 801 at 79 miles an hour. Brooklyn was back of the dial about a tenth, and Cade backed into her. And he'll take the win. As Kenzie Jones and Gavin Pine roll in, and I do believe this is going to be our final pair in this session. So we'll be down to the quarters in our juniors, and we've got Pro ET lined up behind the tower. Man, that is a big old fist pump down there for Kenzie Jones. I don't know why I don't like Gavin. Gavin's a good kid. Oh, and a Gavin Pine going to take the W. Runs 811 at 80 miles an hour, 792, 82 miles an hour for Kenzie Jones, but 34, too quick hitting the gas up here. And we will advance Gavin Pine into the 8ths as we get set. Dun, 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 for Pro ET. Here comes Ali Strader in the Ranger and Andy Kadar in the Tempest. Ali got the little 5-liter under the hood of that Ranger, dialed in 738, 793. See if he can hold off the pickup. Allie's closing in. Andy's holding on. Hey, how about Allie? She runs dead on 8. Call that a winner, 91 miles an hour. Kadar was solid on the starting line, but his car didn't run the number. It looked like Allie caught him down there about 500 feet or so and just laid the nose out in front to take the win, dead 8. Stan Hammond now on the left side. Mike Williams in the right. Couple of classics from all the way back. Let's get into our time machine and go back to 1964. In 1964, I don't believe either one of these cars were anywhere near as fast as they are right now. Mike Williams going to get the win here on the double breakout. He goes 42 on a 44. Call that under by 2. Stan Hammond goes under by 6. Get himself a pretty good chunk down there, and Mike Williams will advance. Kyle Fritz now on the left side, and Darwin LaFord in the right. The Pontiac, or it's a Pontiac. Is it just me, or is it? What was the name of the truck in the movie Cars? You know, the one that didn't have a hood. The Larry the Cable Guy truck. LaFord over in the right side, 73 model Camaro. Towmater, right? Wasn't that Towmater? That's like the Towmater version of a Pontiac. And that's going to be a winner. Kyle Fritz goes 7:47. Getting a win at 91 miles an hour. 76 on a 77 for Darwin. Wow, he got there first by 4 thousandths and he broke out by a hundo. Darwin had no chance to win the race. Did a nice job at the stripe, taking 004, but could not overcome the late light. Joe Kidd left, Dave Hicks right. Hicks 35 on the wrong side of the tree. And Joe Kidd takes himself a free trip down the old 660. 675, 100 miles an hour for Joe, 623 for Dave. Both of them run under a little bit. Didn't matter once the red light was on. Kim Zimmerman now in that Dodge Dart. The more I see that Dart, the more I like it. AJ Crater over on the right side. AJ was playing mean earlier in the day. Wow, that is an old school license plate on the back of the Dart. That's the win line for Ken Zimmerman. AJ Crater, who was near perfect last time, is red this time. 7:35 on the 38 for Kim. That's a winner. 8:45 on a 46 for AJ. But he lit the cherry. Now it's going to be Lonnie Andazola and Steve Valdez. Both of them dialed in at 663. Seems to happen a lot more in the juniors than it does in Pro ET. Put us on the floor in Pro ET, then probably everybody would be dialed on the floor, right? Like they do in the juniors. Win light's going to come on for Lonnie. Dead on 6, and that's going to be a winner. Steve got there first by 15 thou and broke out by 22 thou. Lonnie was holding 13 thousandths in reaction time, ran dead 6, and that locked the door on Steve. He had no chance, 0 chance, could not win the race. T.J. Ward left, Charlie German right. They're in, they're set, and they're ready to go. New school matchup here between the Camaro and the Nova. And at the finish line, see the brake lights? See the brake lights? TJ off the throttle on the wide pedal. 686 for the win, 2 above the dial. Charlie Graham goes 4 above the dial. TJ had reaction time. TJ got the stripe. TJ on the plus side. TJ's your winner. Chris Citro left. That's right. Citro in the Mustang. Lopez in the dragster. And Citro's going to take the handicap head start. Little more than a second. Chris trying to do today what his kid did yesterday. Pull up here at the end of the day. Get your picture taken in front of the thing. The dragster's on the chase. The Mustang's still out there. Mustang's in line 660 at 100 miles an hour. Adriel Lopez goes 553 at 125. Chris Citro taking the win. 3 above the dial beats 4 above the dial. Just like that. Just like that. Tim O'More now on the left side. And Aaron McCammond in the right. Double 09 red. 628 for the win for Aaron. 81 on 81. Tim O'More goes 9 thou red and then dead on 0. Ugh. Wound meets salt. Dead 0 after turning it red. Chuck Hawk, Jeff Edwards. Said, I'm sure by now we're all on a first name basis, right? If I just say Chuck and Jeff, everybody go, oh yeah, that's Chuck in the Ford. And, oh yeah, that's Jeff in the teal Chevy too. We should know by now. We ought to know by now. 6/10. Handicap head start going to Little Mustang. Jeff Edwards pointed a red light in the green car. Not good if you're Jeff. That's fine if you're Chuck. Chuck goes 702 on the 703. Moving on. Moving on. Marcus Ocampo and Luis Valenzuela, excuse me. Ford versus Chevy. Mustang versus Camaro. Small block versus big block. Glendale versus Tucson. Handicap's going to go to the Mustang. And then we'll turn to Mr. Valenzuela loose. Larry Cannon, if you want to come back up and see Bruce, he found what he could not find earlier. And I'm sure that you're happy to pull Larry Cannon. 558 for Valenzuela. Dead 0, didn't need any of it. Ocampo goes 002 red, goes 663. On the 673. Left the start line holding a 10th. Mark Pelkey now on the left side and Taylor Boeing in the right. Hey, Junior Street. Hey, motorcycles, come on down. Junior Street, high school, motorcycles to the lanes, please. Pelkey in the left, Taylor Bowling in the right. Pulls up alongside, puts the nose out in front, goes 017, takes 015. That's a winner. Mark Pelkey crossing second, going 3 thou too quick, behind on the start, behind at the finish. And Taylor Boeing turns on one more scoreboard. Jeff Lee now on the left side, and Craig Sauerbaugh. Well, how about this? We got a stock super stock combo race going here. Just for funsies. Jeff Lee, who was 00 on his last hit, did a big wheel stand on his last hit. The 4-speed AMX. You get an extra point on the coolometer for having a clutch in the car. Sarbaugh's dialed in 7 flat, so he's going to get a 1 bulb head start. No by the time Jeff Lee put the front end back on the ground, he had already won the race. Grsarbaugh left too soon, then throws away a 7:01 on the 7 flat. Jeff Lee stands that thing up and then goes 6:33 on the 6:47. Jeff, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your, but I might dial it down just a smidge. Just a smidge. That'll bring up the Hound Dog. You ain't nothing but Howard. Flag. Nothing. Even dead on 5 wasn't going to save him. Matter of fact, that 0 would not have saved him. Howard locks him out. 005. 006. DeAndre Fitzgerald and Dean Cummins. No, don't yell at me. Stop yelling. Bruce is yelling at me. Tell Bruce to be nice. Junior Street High School needs you. Motorcycles need you. Oh, DeAndre Fitzgerald goes 009. Red. 597, Dean Cummins. 114 the speed. All he had to do to win was turn green, and he turned it green. Joe Cox now on the left side. Chloe Lippin in the right. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman, come on down. Sportsman to the lanes. If you're still double entered, to hustle up and get there first. There's only what? Both taking a little extra time to get in, get staged. Because Chloe Lippin went too soon by about 8 hundo. 698 on a 698. Joe Cox had that baby dialed hard to take on the dragster. I don't blame you. Dial it hard and do a duck and cover move when you know they're going to be closing in on it at a much higher rate of speed. John Scher now on the left side and Rob Strong in the right. Mr. Magoo 2. Begs the question, what happened to Mr. Magoo 1? That's one of the funniest Benny Hill things I ever saw. He's like building a spaceship. He said, it's indestructible the second. Somebody said, what happened to the original indestructible? He said, oh, it fell apart. On the green, Rob Strong had the handicap head start. Mr. Magoo trying to pull the ball alongside, but it's not going to happen because Rob was too strong. You're just sorry you didn't think of that. 7:04 for the win. 008 light put him in good shape at this end. John Scher goes 79 on a 99. There was no way, no how, no chance he was getting there. Tony Marconi for Team El Bandito Yankee Tequila. So smooth, it's criminal. Lou Ortiz over on the right side. You can tell me as much as you want that that's Malibu. I'm going to call you a liar. You're just a big old fibber. That's just a big old dart. Thousandths of a second can ruin your whole day. Tony Marconi turns it green, and that's all he needed to do to win. 6 flat at 114, 25 under 20 for Ortiz, but red. Rich Haney was way early. 780 on the 779 for John. We're going to call that a winner and advance him into the next round. Sportsman, come on down. Sportsman to the lanes, please. Darwin LaFord and Mike Graham. As we go Mustang versus Camaro. One more at a time. Mike Graham, the blood red 5.0. Dialed in 699, and he's actually getting a little bit of a head start. 0.23, not quite half a bulb. And then we'll have the second gen. Right there alongside. 677 winner, 99 miles an hour for Darwin Ford. Mike Graham, nice job at the stripe. Takes 002, but he was late at the starting line, and by taking 002, he had to break out to do it. Darwin LaFord had him locked out. And is that? Final call, Sportsman. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're in the wrong place.
So once again, Larry Cannon, I found what we were looking for. So Larry Cannon, if you're available, come on back up. We will take good care of you. So it is here now. Larry Cannon, come on down.
Hey, I know we got a lot of football fans out there. I've got a quick update for those of you that are keeping track, interested in some of the football scores from today.
Enter, please.
Come in. All right, let me run down some of the football scores for today. Here we go. 44-38 in overtime. 23-14, that's a final. 20-13, that's also a final. 26-23, close game, another overtime game. 23-19, 24-22, and 27-19. Those are the games that are completed. A couple of games that are just getting underway. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. Jace Renault and Christian the Kid. Jace Renault, I can tell by the window on that car, he is planning to go in deep. Really, really deep. And is Jay's not racing, Kristen? Am I confused or is somebody else confused? I was wondering what Christian was waiting for. Maybe nobody had told him to go ahead and do the burnout. Now he's ready. Jace is going to get the pretty sizable head start. Then we'll see if the pickup can catch him. Oh, man. I hate when that happens. Madeline Smith going to roll in. She's got the solo here with just 3 cars left in the round. And the Mean Girl. Get the win light and come back. All right, the Buick Regal in the left side, the pickup in the right side. And we are away. The kid trying to run down the champ. The champ trying to hold off the kid. It's going to be a double breakout. It's going to go to the kid. Under by 1 thou is Christian. Under by a half an hour is Jason Rall. Jason did a nice job at the finish line, taking 009. But he left a bunch back here, and Christian forced him out. Like the only way you're going to get there first is you're going to run too quick. So our final is set. It'll be Christian. It'll be Madeline. You know, it just occurred to me, the license plate on that thing says Mean Girl, but Madeline's 14 years old, so it's probably not her license plate. So she's not the Mean Girl. She borrowed the Mean Girl's car. Sometimes it takes me a while to put these things together. Like, I just figured out why I got held back in 3rd grade. I mean, like, you know, day before yesterday. Had to do with that M&M thing I was talking about earlier. Sean Phipps left, Justin Willison right. Okay, wait a minute. Because memory's not my strong suit. And I really don't remember what my strong suit is, but isn't this the Friday winner and the Saturday winner? Sean's got no wheelie bar on the left side. Justin's got a wheelie bar on the right side. Handicap head start. Gonna go to the left lane. Both of them get away on the green. We are tucked down, and we have a winner. It's going to be Sean Phipps. 4 thousandths of a second at the finish line stripe. Sean wins at 47 on a 44. Justin is 2 above the dial, but he was 1 hun back up here. 004 at the finish line. Sean Phipps for the win. I don't care. Dan Schneider, Tom Patterson. Coming at you right now. Super Pro, consider this your invitation. Super Pro doubles. Consider this your invitation. So we've got one of our finalists in the motorcycles. Let's find out who the other one's going to be. Will it be Schneider? Will it be Patterson? Dan Schneider, you can hear the Harley grumbling its way down there, and that screaming Kawasaki is going to grumble right on by. 573, 109 miles an hour, 44 the dial, 46 the number for Dan. Both of them run 2 above, but reaction time was all Tom Patterson. And it'll be Tom and it'll be Sean in the final round.
Thank you very much.
Super Pro, double entries. Hopefully you're headed this way. Super Pro, other entries you can follow right in behind. Steve Shoemaker left. Melissa Citro right. Just like that, we're in Sportsman. We've got the Chevy-powered Ranger in the left side. We've got the Ford-powered Mustang in the right side. Both drivers away on the green. The little Ranger is out there. Melissa looks like she's already caught him. Like 400 feet, she's caught him. And Melissa's going to turn that into a win light. 779, 80 miles an hour. Wow. Steve Shoemaker missed the tree badly and paid for it dearly. Tony Litzleiter and the Bomb Pop. Kyle Fritz. We just don't have enough Lexus race cars. That's what I've always said. We need more Lexus race cars. Tony, he is done for the day via the red bulb. And if you're watching the tree in the car, you could see that he definitely was moving a little on the early side there. Bomb pop under by 1 thou. So look, he's definitely got the right number on it. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Ginger Vaughn in the Challenger over here on the left side, a new gen, modern gen muscle car. And Andy Kadar on the right side, 65 Pontiac Tempest. We got the classic, we got the modern muscle. I love the classic muscle cars, but I mean, let's be honest. You want to talk horsepower? There was nothing in 1969, 1970 that could hold a candle to what they're doing today, as far as horsepower goes. That one was all Andy Kadar. Had the better reaction, or just eased her on down the road, or do an 802 on the 798. 774 for Ginger, but she had no chance. Had a problem with the reaction timer, and that was going to be that. I think it's funny. My 67 Mustang is a K code, which is the 271 horse 289. The Hypo 289, 271. Back in the day, that was like pretty sporty. The modern day EcoBoost makes more power than that. The V6s were making 300 horsepower. Mike Williams left, Dan Riem right. Super Pro, come on down. Super Pro to the lanes. Wind light comes on for Mike Williams, 746 on the 744. Not sure what happened to Double Trouble down there. He was all right at this end of the racetrack, but his car was way slow. And Mike Williams wasn't going to ask him about it while they were on the way to the finish line. He might ask him about it at the ET shack, but Haley Bopp and Russ Lindsay. Russ Lindsay winning it on the double breakout. 26 on a 29 is under by 3. Haley had a double 05 reaction time, goes 68 on a 73 to put her under by 500ths. And Haley Bopp need a little more brake pedal in order to turn on that wind light. Russ Lindsay will be back. Hey, listen up back in the staging lanes. Tim O'More, you would be the potential buy this round. So pull off the side and let's wait and see if you get it or not. Tim O'More, you would be the potential buy. And here comes Super Pro. And we seem to have an abundance of Super Pro cars. Starting with DeAndre Fitzgerald in the wagon. And Elliot Franco Sr. in the dragster. Remember, you can come see Banker Bruce. His popularity goes up every time he's got money. Reminds me of a joke I probably shouldn't tell. Fitzgerald out there in the wagon. Here comes Elliot Franco. Not going to get it. 012 dead 5. That's a winner for DeAndre. Elliot Franco had a solid reaction time, but Couldn't run the number. Ends up running 518 at 127 miles an hour, and that just ain't good enough. I'll bring up Team Hawk and Team Barnhart. Difference in dial is 5/100ths of a second. Difference in reaction time is 4/100ths of a second. Difference at the stripe is 16,000ths of a second. And the winner is Hawk. 478 on the 475. Dead 7 for Mark Barnhart, but 041 on the tree. And that will not work. Nick Downing now on the left side. And Taylor Bowling in the right. This time the difference in handicap is even smaller than last time. Last time was 5/100ths, this time it's 3. Wow, Taylor really took a little extra time getting in there. Well, back, get away on the good side of the tree, gonna pick up hold off the Daytona. Nope. 535 on a 534 winner. Taylor Bowling gets her first by 300. He broke out by 9 thou. 5 thou, the difference at the starting line. Taylor got there first and got too much. Downing going to come back and try it again. And here comes Dwayne Ringhuth and Dylan Moody. Alberta in the left side. El Paso in the right. Too soon. Too bad. Dwayne 469 and 142 miles an hour. 70 on a 69 for Dylan Moody, but too soon. Too soon. Hector Hernandez Jr. in the little P. Sammy Franco III in the Camaro. .600-inch big block operating or providing the motivation for Sammy's car. And for Hernandez, a 429 LS. Team Sonora dialed in 623. Team New Mexico. Team both of them off and running. Wow. Sammy Franco left behind by 0.03 of a second, got there first by 0.03 of a second, broke out by 1,000th of a second. Hernandez left first by 0.03 of a second, ran dead to 5, and left Sammy Franco 2 thou window to mess with. Sammy takes 003 for the loss, 002, and he wins. Hector will be back. Here comes Gabe Hernandez Jr. in the dragster. Leroy Duran on the right side in his dragster. More of Hermosillo. Team Mexico, they've got a big fleet of racers and race cars, and we appreciate each and every one of them. They make the trek up here to support us at Tucson Dragway. Whether it's the Hangover Nationals, whether it's the Border Battle, or whether it's any other race. $4 on the difference in dial. 13th out the difference at the stripe. Duran's going to win it. They both run one above the dial. Reaction advantage went to Leroy Duran by 15th out. He took the stripe by 13th out. Call that a winner. Randy Smith, Daniel Slade. Once again, a little dragster on dragster fight. How about Daniel Slade with the upswept headers? I really miss upswept headers. If I was going to build a dragster, I would build one with upswept headers. Or I might go the Kevin Kleinweber route. Remember the 180-degree headers? Things sound like a buzzsaw going down the racetrack. Am I the only one who remembers that? I remember lots of oddball, weird stuff that's completely worthless information. But I do know where the closest Hooters is, and that's not worthless information. That's important stuff. Slade, you saw his car didn't jump up on the tire. Randy better look over his shoulder. Randy did. Backs off the throttle, goes 541 for the win, 641 for Dan Slade. Some kind of a mechanical issue on the starting line. That thing just didn't snap like it should have snapped. And Randy Smith plays the game very wisely, easing off the throttle to stay safe. Rodney Ward in the truck. Dragster on the right side, dialed in 543. Truck's dialed in at 620. The second run in a row, the dragster in the right lane is just like, buh, when it was time to go. Rodney Ward off the throttle, playing safe, 631, 96 miles an hour. 2 runs in a row. The dragster in the right lane just didn't go when it was time to go. Bring up Mark Darsow and Mark Lalonde. Mark, meet Mark. Mark, say hi to Mark. Mark, shake hands with Mark. Mark is going to get a 500s head start, while Mark has to wait 500s before he takes off. And then Mark is going to try to hold on while Mark tries to close in. And this, I can tell you for certain, Mark is going to win the race. Unfortunately, Mark is going to lose the race. You get an extra point on the coolometer like Mark Darsow for having the letters on your tires match up when they rotate around. So they say Goodyear at the same time, they say Eagle at the same time. It's like the attention to detail. Mark on the chase. Mike got the better line. Mark missed the line a little bit. Mark going to take the stripe. Mark going to take the win. 004 dead 6 for Mark Lalonde. Mark Darsow ran dead 0. Thanks for stopping by. Missed the reaction timer, and even dead 0 wasn't going to bail him out there. Lalonde 004 dead 6. Cindy Hawk left. Kerry Duffy right. Jerry Duffy, the Wedge Dodge, B1 cylinder headed machine, and Cindy, 600 cubic inch Ford behind her head. She's dialed 483. He's dialed 516. He'll go first. You probably don't. 1 thou. Red by 1 thou. Cindy goes dead on 4 at 142 miles an hour. Here comes Jimmy Kelso left and Tony Marconi right. Kelso, the photog and part-time dragster driver. Marconi for El Bendito Yankee. Tony Marconi got the head start. Jimmy Kelso got a 009 light. Jimmy was not going to let him back in. Marconi holds on for the stripe, but he had to break out to do it. Had no chance to win the race. None, zero. Wasn't going to happen. Brittany Hinkle left, A.J. Crater right. They're in there, set, they're ready. The Mustang trying to hold off the Chevy 2. Gonna do it, 846 on the 844. Brittany goes 698 on the 695. Give A.J. the win. Had a little in the bank and held on down to the stripe. Now it's Rory Harr on the left and Bill Bollock in the right. One second-ish. Going to be the handicap difference. Junior semifinals, come on down. Make that quarterfinals. Junior quarterfinals, come on down. We'll take all of you. I bet we can sneak. I bet we can. Bill Bollock was off on the green at 007, but he took the stripe by a bunch. Rory Harr wins it on the Bill Bollock breakout. 490 on the 489. Now it's Matt Bonga and Luis Ortiz. We continue rolling on through. Bonga to Mustang, Ortiz. The Venom. Fender to Dragster. Juniors, ready when you are. Come on down. Once again, juniors, ready when you are. We'll take all of you. Juniors 6 to 17. Head this way, please. Fortunately for Matt, the Mustang going to feel the venom as Ortiz runs 5:26. Takes a win at 121 miles an hour, 41 on 38 for Matt Ball. Missed down here, paid down there. Brings up John McDaniel and Brian Fritz. I never did find out the history of the Lumina, which I'm a little curious about just because I'm a little curious about it. Not for any really other reason than that. Well, we're going to have a chance to see John McDaniel's car at least one more time. He's going to get the win here, 588 at 115. Brian Fritz goes 29 on a 31. Getting there first by 0.04 of a second. And Brian breaks himself out and sends John into the next round. Here comes Taddy's. In the Chevelle, Tony Pesquera. In the Camaro. The really sweet classic Chevrolets. Dialed exactly 0.5 apart. Exactly. Going to be the Camaro coming back. 0.02 of a second on the double breakout. Tony wins it. 60 on a 62 for Taddy's. 11 on a 12 for Tony. Break it all the way down. It's 0.02 of a second on the double breakout. And Tony gets the win. Got behind by just enough. Billy McDaniel, Dave Johnson. Remember Dave Johnson's old basket case car? Am I the only one who remembers that? What a great hot rod. Dave is upgraded to the red. Find a way to get out in front of Billy McDaniel. The Chevy 2's out there. Chevy 2's still out there. Wow. Billy McDaniel goes 004, takes 16 thou for the L. Dave Johnson, 11, and then threw an egg at him. Dave Johnson for the win. McDaniel got there first by 16 thou. Needed to get there first by 7 thousandths of a second. Nick Ringston now in the left side. Alessandro Ortiz in the right. The Vega, the Boo. Head start goes to the Vega. It's going to be a pretty good one. A little better than a second. Ortiz goes 9 thou too soon. 689 for the win, 99 miles an hour for Nick. 580 for Alessandro, but 9 thou too soon taken off. Hey, juniors. Final call, juniors. If you're not where you're supposed to be, then you're in the wrong place. And let's get Pro ET headed this way as well. Pro ET. Side by side, a little black and white Chevy action here in Savannah. 008 654. That's going to make it happen. Lenny goes dead on 8. But the 045 light put him on the back foot. And Savannah Kid with a 008 light runs one above the dial and takes the W. Chris Hillman now on the left side and Ray Bong in the right. Pro ET, come on down. 008 to 16. That makes the math 8,000ths of a second, but Chris Silman was closer to a green light. So we're going to pretend he got one. We're just going to pretend. Runs one above to a 594. Mike Galloway and Brad Hawk coming at you now. Galloway in the little deuce. Brad in the dragster. Give it to Hawk, 479, 136 the speed. Mike Galloway predicted a 614, ran 6.140, which is 49 on the tree, and that left the door open for Brad. 14, one above. The Hawk taking care of business. Alex Sandin and Mark Barnhart now. The Sublime Lime Dodge Dart. I guess technically that's Limelight. Plymouth called it Sublime. Dodge called it Limelight. I call it Hemi Green. And over on the right side is Mark Barnhart's dragster out of New Mexico. So we got the door car from, well, real Mexico. We got the dragster. Don't even want to know. 1,000th of a second, Barnhart's red. Sandlin runs dead on 2 for the win. 70 on a 71 for Mark, but 1 thou too soon. Brian Lopez, Dylan Moody. Brian is in the Camaro. You know, I decided after looking at this Camaro a few times out the window, it needs a license plate. Wouldn't that thing be awesome at Freddy's? They still do like the Tuesday ice cream cruise night thing, or was that Wednesday? I think the last time I went to one, I took my rickshaw, so it's been a while. The rickshaw was a fun car. It was a monumentally stupid car, but it was a fun car. I'm notorious for monumentally stupid cars. I should have brought the hearse out here to race when I had it. That would have been fun. I just figured out who's the most creeped out person by a 66 hearse and then line up next to them first round. Hey, you got to take every advantage you can get. Right place, right time. Brian Lopez goes 002, one above to go home. Moody goes 007, dead 3. Taking 006. Okay, Brian Lopez, 007, one above. He would have won a lot of races in this round, but not that one. Dylan Moody sends him packing. Right place, right time. Pat Neal on the left side. Donnie Toya on the right side. Pat apparently just can't figure out which car he wants to drive. He drove this one on Friday, he drove the Cougar yesterday, and now he's back in the Corvette. And Don Toya, out of Don's Hot Rod Shop. Been there ever since his dad started. Oh, and Toya goes 4th out red. Pat Neal was 007, 521. Donnie, 004 too soon. And then shut her off. So our last 2 pairs all have been 00 on the tree. Donnie was 00 red, but everybody else has been 007 or better. Looks like our Pro ET cars are all back there. That's a good thing. Looks like our juniors are ready to go. That's a good thing. Looks like another spectacularly beautiful day here at Tucson Dragway, and that's a good thing. Hey, I do want to say tip of the cap to the folks at Larice Motorsport Insurance. They have been a big supporter of the racetrack here, and if you've ever even thought about taking a look at what insurance would be like for your race car, for your rig, whether it's on track, off track, whatever it may be, Larice Motorsport Insurance can take care of that. And the lovely and talented Miss Robin is a licensed agent. If you're curious, next time you see Robin cruising around with her golf clubs on the back of the golf cart, flag her down and say, hey, what would it take to put a little coverage on all my stuff, whether it's on track or on the road? All right, now we're ready to go. Elliot Franco Sr. and Nick Downing. .534 the dial in for the Dodge Daytona. 5:14 for Elliot Franco. So that'll make about a 2:10 head start. And hold up there for just a second. A minute ago, we got double up drivers coming back around. Elliot Franco hits the tree at 001, and that's going to get him the win light. 5:15, 131 miles an hour. Nick Downing ran dead on 8. Didn't have the reaction time to go with it. Elliot Franco taking care of business. DeAndre Fitzgerald and Rodney Ward. Again, a couple of my double enters. And we are just about to the end of Super Pro. DeAndre Fitzgerald is 001 good. Wow. Fitzgerald goes 001 dead 0. Rodney goes red 3,000 dead 0. Come on. I mean, obviously the red light came on, so nobody's playing the finish line game, but still. Fitzgerald, a 1-pack. Rodney Ward, a 3-pack, but unfortunately for him, the 3 was red. 003 red dead 0 to 001 dead 0. Crazy. And Timo Moore, we pulled him out for the potential buy run. And with an odd number of cars, he gets the buy run. And then we'll have our juniors rolling up. Quarterfinals. Pro bracket. Looks like they're all back there. We can get our junior street and high school final. You guys can head this way. Motorcycles, whenever you're ready, you can head this way. .503 on the practice run. 136 miles an hour. Junior's getting ready to roll out. Bruce getting ready to roll back in. Since he's not giving away any money anymore, we're going to make him work.
Attention pits, final call out for our pro category. So of course doubles first, pro category pro. Final call going out to you into our junior dragsters. Bring her in, so maybe it's Madeline, but perhaps the last pass of the day. So congratulations out if it is Aubrey. What a neat deal. So goes 12 and then a 744, laid it over at 86 miles an hour for her. Okay, we are into our 6 to 12, the younger age group, junior dragsters. This will be Malachi Phillips here on the left-hand lane, and Weston Moody. Both of them we're going to roll through with the max you can do in the younger age group. The 6 to 12 with an 890 on both sides of the tree. Malachi, sponsored by Phillips Overhead Garage Doors out of Buckeye, Arizona. And Weston Moody over from El Paso, Texas. Malachi 10 years old, Weston 12 years old. All right, as Malachi rolls up into the beams, Weston just a tick behind. As Weston rolls up as well. It's green for both sides. Green with a pretty stellar light over here for Malachi. Can he hang on to it? It does. Goes about 10 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 14. It goes 69 miles an hour into the round number 4. Here's Ariana Vizuet. Ariana sponsored by Coleman Trucking and Torco, as well as Scrappers. Ariana's over in the American Walk-In Coolers right-hand lane. Again, both drivers heads-up race 890s a pair. Blake Foltz out of Chino with only 12 years old as well. Looks like Ariana's 10 years old. Again, 2 Ariana picks up the win, goes 95 on a 90, 75 miles an hour, stripe by 5 thou. So that was a difference at the stripe. And Ariana takes it, and the margin of victory 59 10,000ths goes to Ariana. Here's Christian, sponsored by AAG and Glass, Tint, Paint, Collision, and KD Engines, as well as TMI, Tank House Maintenance, 1190. $11.90 in the left, and Dave Caldwell in the right. Caldwell with a 12.25. Again, as Dave and Christian roll up into the beams, be the final 2 for this category of junior dragsters on our younger age group, the 6 to 12. Dave is 10 years old, and Christian's only 9 years old. The 9-year-old here in the left-hand lane. Double green light start. Wow. Both of them in the O's. Pretty nice leave for both of them. As Dave with a 96 goes under the 25 with an 18. Took the stripe by 16. And Christian will get the win. Goes 2 above on a 90 at 92 on a 90, but had about 6 in the bank at 23 to a 96. So here we go, jumping into the older age group. Here's Jace Renault and Allison Bollet. Red line start. Best red light goes to Allison with a 003. So she'll take that win. This is bracket racing junior style. So Allison 003 red, Jace 24 red. Still goes on a double breakout, but the win goes to Allison Bollet because of that 003. So here's Gavin Pine and Chloe Darby. Gavin with an 8:30 and Chloe with an 8:55. See if that one stays, because there is a little bit better reaction time, and it goes to the winner as even he takes 19 at the stripe. It goes 8:30, goes dead 9 with a 68 light. Had 4 put away. We'll take that all the way out the back door, and 19 at the stripe. 74 miles an hour for Gavin. Cade looking for a 790. Sarah looking for a 790. And Cade got there first. Oh no. Better reaction time by 5 goes to Cade, and so does the win. Cade was 94 with a 1, but Sarah was 94 with a 4, but she left 5 here at the starting line. Cade picked it up at the stripe and goes 491. So 49 thou and a win to Cade Renault. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street and High School combo, motorcycle, and sportsman. This is your all 3 calls, and we'll meet at the half stripe. So Junior Street and High School, motorcycle, and sportsman. First call to the half stripe. Here's Allie Strader and Michael Williams. What are you talking about putting some laps on a car and winning many rounds? Mike Williams. Mike Williams with a 744 in that gorgeous blue 64 Plymouth Fury, 440 cubic inches up against Allie Strader. Allie out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. The Dino. She was like 1.1. She left early on this morning on this event. So Mike Williams, he'll take that win. Goes 3 under. Down to 744, goes to 741 at 91 miles an hour for Mike Williams. Here's Joe Cox and Joe Kidd. And Joe's going to take this stripe. Joe's going to take the win, and Joe's going to leave the best. So Joe's going to win. Will it be Joe Kidd, left lane, 677 in the Outlaw? Will it be Joe Cox in the right lane, 698? The Valiant or the Nova? The Valiant's in pre-staged and staged. The Nova's bumping in. Tree and again, almost identical reaction times. So we'll see what happens out there. And the win's going to go to Joe Cox Jr. as Joe Cox had a little bit better light by about 11, but he'll take the stripe by 29. Goes 98, goes dead on 3 after a 46 light. Joe Kidd, he goes 2 up on the dial, had a 51 light, so just about that much tardy at 94 miles an hour. Here's Kyle Fritz in the Dirty Bird. That's what he calls it. That's not what we call it. He calls it himself. It's an 89 Pontiac Firebird. 742 is the dial. Up against Lonnie Andazola. Lonnie here in the left-hand lane in the Camaro, 663. It's a 742. It's a double green light, and there's only about 4 thou separates them. And the 81, the better light, gets the win. Only 1 up on the dial. It took the stripe by 9 thou and goes over just by 1. Kyle Fritz dialed to 42. He was over by 15, but he left 4 thou at the stripe. I'm sorry, at the hit. Duh. Here's Chris Citro. Chris in the left-hand lane in the Mustang. Big block Ford powered 657 dial. Up against Dean Cummings. Cummins out of Glendale, 69 Nova. Big block as well, 632 cubic inches. 596. And a breakout win goes to Dean Cummins. Wow. Chris isn't going to be happy with that, but he was trying to play catch up. He left about 53 here at the starting line. 56 to a 003. Cummins was 3 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 12. Goes at 109 miles an hour into round number next. But Chris under is 57 by 5 thousandths of a second. Here's TJ Ward out of Wilcox, 684. TJ just a bit tardy at the hit. Goes way up on the dial, but left a whole bunch here at the starting line. Amstutz was in 011 and then goes about 12 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 14, goes 87 miles an hour into round number 4. Chuck Hawk Jr. left lane. Aaron McCammon right lane. El Camino against the Mustang. The Mustang with a 703 dial. The El Camino with a 629 dial. So the Mustang is going to get to leave first. A little bit better reaction time. Goes over here to Chuck, and so does the win. That's a breakout win. Chuck took the stripe. He was only about 13 or 23 up on the dial. Had a 25 light, so he had about 6 in the bank. Aaron was an 80, and Aaron goes under his 29 with a 28-1. Oh, at 106 miles an hour. Chuck Hawk, 94 miles an hour with the win. Kim Zimmerman in the For Sale 1970 Dodge Dodge Dart left lane. Darwin Layford could not get around the Dart. Dart had a better light closer to the number. Kimmy goes 1 up on the dial, had 6 better at the hit, and goes 90 miles an hour into round number 4. Jeff Lee. Jeff Lee. See if he can stand it up on the bumper once again, as he's been doing most of the day. So if you got cameras, left lane ought to be where you point those cameras, because Jeff has been hanging the front tires about at least halfway through the signboard. See if he can do that again. 634 is his dial. That didn't look good. Whoa, going to pull it over to the side. So Jeff Lee. But of course, Luis Valenzuela was paying way close attention. He was looking in that over his left shoulder, going, I know that AMX is out there, but where is it? So Luis lifted and goes 96 miles an hour on a 576. Had a 22 light, so he was already in the lead. So we're going to have a quick look at the starting line, make sure everything is good to go. And Jeff Lee is still, he's moving, but hopefully did not hurt the AMX too bad. That was a small wheelie for him. Most of the time it hangs out a whole lot higher. Attention to pits, Junior Street and High School, if you're not already here. And motorcycles, if you're not already here, come on down. 2. Attention to pits, sportsmen, we need you as well. Attention to pits, Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your first call back to the lanes, please. Super Pro, your first call back to the lanes as well. Yeah, they've been. Yeah, it looks like our safety crew is going to have to go out and make a quick check on Jeff. It does look like he just made the turn. And if they'll clear him up there at turn 1. All right, here we go. Back after it once again. Rob Strong, 68 Firebird, left-hand lane, 701 dial. Up against Tony Marconi. Tony in the 76 Plymouth Arrow. 6 flat to a 701. 701's left, 6 flat right. So as they approach the beams, looks like Rob's going to roll in first. Looking for that 660-foot mark, and the green wind lights come on for Tony Marconi. Wow, he was 2 up on it, dialed a 00, goes an 02 with a nickel. It had a 42 light, took the stripe by 4 thousandths of a second. That was taken care of at the hit. Strong with a 27 light, goes 4 up on the dial at 97 miles an hour. Tony Marconi with the win. For the Hound Dog, Taylor Bowling, 006, nicely done. But I had it dialed up just a little bit soft. It goes 27 on the 32, but looking at the wind lights on his scoreboard, goes 108 miles an hour into the next round. Motorcycles, if you're not already there, this is your final call. And Sportsman, your second call. Super Pro, your second call. All right, jumping categories. I believe this is our final for the Junior Street High School. So it would be Madeline Smith. Madeline here in the left-hand lane. 10-13 on the window. Up against Christian the Kid Williams, and he takes the trophy home. Nicely done. 9:03 is what Christian wants, but Madeline goes red by 12, hands a free time run into the trophy, or into the winner's circle for Christian. Dialed in 03, goes in 06 at 76 miles an hour. So congratulations both to Christian and Madeline. We're getting all the way to the final on day 4 of the Hangover Nationals. Okay, here's our motorcycle final for day 4. Going to be against Sean Phipps and Tom Patterson. Again, neither one of these guys are strangers to that winner's circle or the big checks. Tom on a Kawasaki 1428 cc, 569 in the right-hand lane. Sean Phipps on a Suzuki in the left-hand lane with a 643. motorcycle final. How cool is that between these two? Again, Tom has been in several finals. Sean has been in several finals. Both of them been champions. And the fact is, I believe Tom is your reigning Tucson Dragway 2024 champion. Can he get another trophy? I think Justin took home the walnut out in the way, looking for a 643, only going to that 660-foot mark, and yeah, he can. Tom goes 001 and about 1 up on the dial. Took the stripe by 48 at 115 miles an hour. Sean, he goes 3 up on the dial and left 3 at the starting line. So that 4 at the stripe gives Tom Patterson the win. If you're not already there, Super Pro. If you're not already there, Super Pro, this is your final call. And sportsmen, we got a couple of minutes for one of our double intereds to come back around. So it'll be just a couple of minutes. We'll get into our sportsmen. All right, into our sportsmen. I believe we have 5 sportsmen left, so into our semis. Next round. So here's Melissa Citro and Andy Kadar. Andy, 797 against Melissa's 767. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 7 67. 6 start. Both of the red cars, the Pontiac, the Mustang, the Pontiac, the Mustang. The Pontiac takes it away. Andy Kadar, he'll take the win. Took the stripe by 62 and goes 999 on a 97 after a 92 light. A little bit better light than Melissa's 170. Melissa was only 13 up on the dial, but she'll take a second here as Andy Kadar comes into round number next. Here's Mike Williams and Kyle Fritz. Fritz in the Firebird. Williams in the Plymouth. Plymouth left. Firebird right. 7:43. Heads up race all the way down to the 660. Better reaction time goes to the winner. That's Kyle Dirty Bird Fritz or Kyle Bomb Pop. 42 light. Took the stripe by 0.03 of a second. Had about 2 stuffed in the bank and goes dead on 4 at 92 miles an hour for Kyle Fritz. Here's the Oldsmobile Omega of Russ Lindsay. Russ in the left-hand lane on a buy run. So this is not a competition buy, it is a buy run. 8:23. And goes 27 on the 23 at 81 miles an hour. Here we go into our Super Pro category. I think we got just a few of them left. Up against Leroy Duran. Now Leroy has had some ones He's had a 1-pack. He's had a 2-pack. And I believe that's Brad over here. He's bumped it up a little bit. Now he's been running a 474. Let's see if he goes at 478 this time. This is what he's looking for. 478. So like I say, I'm pretty sure it's Brad, but he's been keeping a 474, but again, jumped up to a 478 on this pass. Up against Leroy Duran's 489. When I tell you, talk about packs. Leroy's had like 1-packs and 2-packs. Repeat that, what he does, and he's out in front, but couldn't stay that way. It looks like a Hawk took him down. Wow, Hawk with a 27 and goes 82 on a 78, 138 miles an hour. Took a stripe by 5 thou and gets the win. Leroy, he was a little bit tardy on this tree this time. He normally didn't put the numbers right in the box, I guess. Goes 60 green and then couple up on the dial, 91 on an 89, but Brad Hawk will take the win here. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the wagon, the Malibu wagon, 1981 Malibu wagon, 651 left lane. And Davy Johnson in the Beretta. It's got an alien power line. The True Start picks DeAndre, because DeAndre had a 001 reaction time, red. But look at Davy Johnson. He was a 002 red and still lost. Well, they're both red. They're Davy's gone. DeAndre 001 red goes under by 4 thou. Took the stripe by 2 thou and gets a win at 105 miles an hour for DeAndre Fitzgerald. Here's Chris Silman and Tony Pesqueda. Pesqueda 611 on that good-looking Camaro in the American walk-in cooler's right-hand lane. Up against Chris Silman's car. The Z car's looking for a 594. Small block powered Chevy. 1970. Go into the next round as Tony goes red by 8 thousandths of a second and then goes 7 thou under his dial. Still took the stripe by 300. Silman gets the win, goes 6 under. Doesn't matter though, he was already looking at the win lights on his scoreboard at 115 miles an hour. Attention to pits, junior dragsters, second call. Junior dragsters, all junior dragsters, second call. AJ Crater, the Parasitic Psycho, out of Glendale, 2001 Mustang. Against the Lumina. As tell AJ to hang on to the doors, but AJ takes the win. He was a 22 light, so he was 3 better on the tree. He goes 45 on a 44, so he has 13 there. Looks like McDaniel, but he left 33 at the tree and goes 114 miles an hour. So AJ with that 25 at the stripe gets the win. Here's Rodney Ward and Mark Lalonde. Time in the 99 Yancer. Rodney, how close was that? Rodney 54 light, but he left 5 here at the starting line and goes dead 6 at 110 miles an hour.
Sandy Hawk, Lewis Ortiz coming at you now. Ortiz in the right side. Cindy in the left side. Way on the green. Down to the finish line stripe. Separated by 1 thou in reaction time. Separated by 16 thou at the finish line. Cindy goes dead on 4 to get there first. Ortiz had about 3/1000ths of a second to mess with. Couldn't get there. Now it's going to be Randy Smith on the left side, Dylan Moody in the right. Pro ET, you can come on back. Juniors, you can come on back. Juniors, both age groups, come on down, and Pro ET, you can head this way as well. 5:38 prediction for Randy, 4:69 for Dylan. Randy Smith was 26 on the tree. Dylan cut that in half. He's 13, taking 13. You know what that means? Randy had no chance. Even dead on 5 wasn't going to do it. Dead on 1 wouldn't have done it. Dylan Moody goes 13, taking 13 to run dead 5 and lock the door on Randy Smith. Now it's Rory Haar in the left side and Savannah Kidd in the right. You can have that one if you want it. Motorcycles, come on down. I'm sorry, motorcycles are done. I knew that. Juniors, come on down. Juniors, come on down, and Pro ET, come on down. My dyslexia was kicking in. And don't ever forget. Savannah Kidd, big head start. Here comes a dragster. Not gonna catch her. 003-653 for Savannah. Rory goes 94 on a 90. Wasn't getting there. So Savannah keeps on keeping on. Now it's going to be Alex Sandin. And the big block dart. It's going to be Dwayne Ringer. We got a regular international incident going on here. The car in the left lane, driver is from Mexico. Car in the right lane is from Canada. I don't think this is exactly halfway between Mexico and Canada, but I think if you went wherever exactly halfway is right now, probably a little chilly to be drag racing today. Probably. Breakout, it's going to go Wayne's way. 69 on a 71, under by 2, 79 on an 81. For Alex, also under by 2. Dwayne, however, 0.003 of a second closer. He was 6th out better, got there by 003, comes closer to the math by 003. Jimmy Kelso down left side, Tim O'More in the right. Tim, you may recall, for those of you who don't recall, Tim had to eat in the last round. Now he's got to run Jimmy. Only 11 hunt difference. Down for the 2. Too soon. 013 RED. 15 on a 14 for Kelso. 134 the speed. 503 on a 503 for Tim, of course. Naturally. going just like you expected to be after that pesky little red light came on. And we go from dragster on dragster violence to little door car on door car activity here with Nick Downing and Nick Renstra. Nick without a C in the left lane, Nick with a C in the right lane. Vegas says 690. Head start. How about like a whole tree worth of head start? Again, with everybody leaving on the top, it's not like it. Take your finger off the button and then adjust the radio if you want to. Nick Rensta, he's out there. Nick Downing, he's closing. Ain't gonna happen. Nick Renstra goes 001, 91 on a 90. Downing was 042 locked out. No way he could win the race. Hector Hernandez Jr. now and Pat Neal. How about this? The Mustang's got a Chevy motor in it. The Corvette's got a Ford motor in it. No kidding. No kidding. Handicap, a little more than a second. The Chevy-powered Mustang will be off and running. The Ford-powered Corvette will be on the chase. Wow. Pat forgot to let go. Hector let go too soon. Unbelievable. Hector goes 005 red. Pat's reaction time started with a 4. Oh, I guarantee you, Pat's sitting in the car going, man, there is no way I can. Oh, look, the light came on. Sometimes when it's your day, it's your day. All right, juniors, you should be there. Pro ET, you should be there. Sportsmen, you guys can come on back as well. Sportsmen, come on back. Elliot Franco, Sr. Got the solo this time. Dial to 514, goes 014, and then shuts off to a 17 at 1, 2, 3.7 miles an hour. Hey guys, we're getting down to that point. So if you're still in competition, be prepared for the quick turnarounds, because we're not quite gas and go yet, but it ain't going to be long. After a couple of late evenings, looking forward to a little bit earlier one tonight. And I don't know about you, but I really was hoping to get out of here in time to go watch a football game. The Minnesota-Detroit thing is going to be fun. I love the fact that the visiting team bought every ticket they could find because they're going to try to take over the stadium.
Hey, Paul, you got a copy?
So pro, we should have what, about 10 of you coming back?
No, we have 10 of them coming back.
Oh, we don't have 10, we have 10? Okay, got that. Got that. Sportsman, wow, we're semifinals in Sportsman. And Super Pro, trimming down as well. Pro ET should be back there. Junior dragsters, I know you're there because I can see all the towers up here. And sportsmen, come on down. All right, had a couple of double enters, so that's why we had to hold up for just a second while drivers were coming back. DeAndre Fitzgerald on the left, Brad Hawk in the right. You know, if you got a big block dragster, the last thing you want to have to do is tell your friends that you got beat by a Malibu wagon. But if you pull up alongside DeAndre Fitzgerald, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get beat by a Malibu wagon. I think we've pretty much wiped all the ducks off the pond at this point, so everybody you pull up next to capable of sending you home. .008 dead one for Brad, and DeAndre wasn't. It's simple as that. 008 dead one, he got there first as well. DeAndre missed a little bit this end, goes 49 on a 51, still couldn't get there. Hey, here's a fun little January 5th fact. What is the biggest construction project that started on January 5th in history? Close, close. Actually, I couldn't swear this is the biggest, but I bet it's in the discussion. 1933, January 5th, was the day they started construction of the Golden Gate Bridge. January 6th is when they've completed the toll booth. Did you know that painting the Golden Gate Bridge is like a perpetual job? You start painting it, by the time you get done to the other end, it's time to start over again on the first end.
I think they need
Kind of like construction on I-45 in Houston. That's a perpetual job. They went from 2 lanes to 4, and by the time they got the 4 done, it was time to go to 6, and by the time it was time to go to 8, by the time it's like families have had 3 generations that the only job they ever had was construction on I-45 in Houston. See what else happened on this day in history while we're waiting for the junior cars to get here. January 5th, this day in history. See what the Google Monster has to say.
Take that money. You betcha. Take care.
Here's a look at this day in history.
I don't want an audio look. I just want... The Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight, became hip-hop's first top 40 hit. I know everybody was on the edge of your seat for that. Ooh, in 1920, the New York Yankees announced that they got Babe Ruth. In 1972, President Richard Nixon launched the Space Shuttle program.
I was 14 and I'm still 14.
Just getting ready to call
I have
you,
a semi.
In 1781, Benedict Arnold captured Richmond. That's all I got. I mean, there's a few other things, but that's all I got.
He already got his for today. Thank you, sir. Have a great. Very cool. I'll see you in a few weeks. Sounds
Kristen Pridgeon left. Ariana, is that right? Kristen has been here for the entire long weekend. Ariana just showed up this morning. Because yeah, I don't need to go spend the whole weekend there. I'll just show up on Sunday and pick up the win. Pro ET and Sportsman, you should be locked in lanes, ready to go. Looks like most of you at least are. .890 to 1190, a 3-second head start. And we don't play crosstalk in the juniors, so if you're Ariana, they really do have to wait and wait and wait. Whoa, 2 foul. Kristen, 2 thou, too soon. 889 for Ariana, 76 miles an hour. 1192 for Kristen, but oh, 2 thou on the red light. So Ariana's going to come back and race Malachi, who was runner-up yesterday and who's trying desperately not to be a back-to-back runner-up. You don't want to be a bridesmaid 2 days in a row, right? Actually, what's the record? Malachi going to get a free look at it here. Man, they are really taking some time down there on Malachi's car, making that final adjustment. It's a good thing not running top fuel, because Bobby Lagana would have been yelling at him by now. Malachi goes 028 off on the green. Goes 892 at 75 miles an hour. Final round is set. And now we get into the older crowd. Allison Bollet on the left side, Gavin Pine on the right. Semifinals here as well. Super Pro, come on down. Super Pro. Turn and burn time. Wampa Wampa. Gavin needed another Wampa. He had a little room, didn't have a lot of room, had a little room. 795 for the win for Allison. Had the better reaction time. Gavin got there first by 0.02 of a second, but he broke out 16 thou. He had a small window and couldn't quite get there. So Allison's going to come back and run Cade Renault in the Silver State heating, cooling, plumbing, HVAC. Hits the tree at 89 and hits the 8th mile at 793 and 82 miles per hour. Super Pro, come on down. Lonnie Andazola left. Mike Williams right. A couple of 440 cubic inch power plants. On the left side, it's a stroker small block Chevy, and the right side, it's an RB big block. The big green Plymouth is going to be going first. And now Lonnie trying to run down Mike. Finish line stripe, wind light says. Lonnie dead on 7. Had the reaction time runs dead on the number and locked out Mike Williams. He got there second, had to break out even doing that. Give me an advantage on the starting line. Give me 008 at the stripe, and that'll turn on a wind light for Lonnie, and that's what happened. Kim Zimmerman now. In the left side, Joe Cox in the right. So this time it's all Plymouth all the time. 340 left, 360 right. The El Bandito 66, Plymouth Valiant, and the Dodge Dart, and they're off and running. Both drivers get away on a green. A 3 thou coin flip at this end of the racetrack, and at that end of the racetrack, dead on 1. Joe Cox left 3 thou behind. He got there 3 thou in front, and that's going to be a winner with the 020 reaction time. If you told Kim Zimmerman you're going to have the reaction advantage run dead 7, would you take that? Most people would. Wasn't enough that time. Here goes Chuck Hawk in the Mustang. John Amstutz in the Z28. Maryland Mustang down to the finish line stripe. It's going to be Chuck. Leaving first was John, 003. But he got down there, got himself a big old bite at the stripe, runs under by 0.03 of a second, 7:06 for Chuck Hawk. Went down there and stood on the brakes. It's like, you want the stripe that bad, you can have it. Chuck for the win. Tony Marconi left. Luis Valenzuela right. The Arrow and the Camaro. Super Pro. Come on down. We'll bring back Tony Marconi at least one more time. 6 flat, 114 to speed. 57 on a 57 for Luis. But 036 red. Now it's going to be Taylor Bowling in the truck and Dean Cummins. And I do believe this is our final pair, as we will have 5 cars coming back. Tennessee Taylor and Glendale Dean. Man, that was an early Wampin, wasn't it? Wampata. 632 on a 631. Winner for Taylor. Dean goes 2 above the dial. Taylor goes 1 above the dialer, and Taylor will be back. So we've got 5 coming back for Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, I need you in the lanes, please. Oh, come on, that was funny. It is pretty much gas and go time, however. We've got Sportsman back there. This should be a semifinal, I do believe, for the Sportsman. Super Pro. Hopefully you're rolling in, and Juniors, we'll take you as quick as you're ready. Juniors, turn them around. Come on back for the final round. We'll get somebody's picture taken down here in front of the tower. Bomb Pop coming out first on the solo run. Hey, nothing like a practice run before you run for the money. Nice deal if you can make it work out that way. .082, he gets his 330 numbers and clicks it off. Like, yeah, I don't want to show off. Don't want to run dead zero when everybody's looking. Andy Kadar left, Russ Lindsay right. So we got a couple of Pontiacs and an Oldsmobile, the last three standing. If the left lane scoreboard comes on down there, it'll be all poncho all the time in the finals. And if the right lane scoreboard comes on, well, Lindsay will knock down one Pontiac, come back and try to take on another one. We won't try to do, we'll definitely take on another one. Try to beat another one. Andy left, Russ right, Kyle waits. Double breakout, 23 under 25 Russ. That's a winner. 92 under 94. They both run under by 2. Got to go to the little number. It's 5 thousandths of a second on the double breakout. Lindsay is closer. Kadar had a slight reaction advantage. Kadar got there first, but he got there 5 thou 2 first. Comes out on the bad side of a double breakout. Final round set in Sportsman. Our Super Pro cars getting loaded in back there. They're getting ready to go. Juniors, let's roll them right back around here. And Pro ET, fill them, chill them. Bring them back. It's gas and go time. Trying to remember, we got 13 of these things? I think we got 13 of these things. Brad Hawk, Dwayne Ringo. Dragsters a pair, one Ford, one Chevy. We got almost the whole alphabet covered. We got one from AB and one from AZ. That's most of the alphabet anyway. Anybody besides me remember Brad Hawk last night? Had to be what, a broken rocker arm? When that thing was popping and banging and spitting and sputtering and shut it off and pushed it off the starting line. But they got her squared away and he's trying to make up for it today. Dwayne Ringuth stands in his way. 002, dead 9, Brad. Dwayne goes 027, dead 9. They both run identical indexically. The difference at the start was 25. That was the difference at the finish. And that's Brad Hawk.
Yes, the 64 is licensed.
Is it? That's awesome. Great car. Jimmy Kelso on the left side, Mark Lalonde on the right. Wasn't a whole lot of handicap between the last two, not a whole lot between these two either. Just 0.04 of a second between Team Snapshot and Team Shake and Bake. Both drivers off on the green. Last time it was dead 9, dead 9. Oh, come on. Jimmy Kelso, dead 9. 3 of the last 4 dragsters all went dead 9. Kelso did it with 16 light, and that was going to be enough for him. Lalonde goes 1 above, 512 on a 511. Comes up short at the other end. Now it's Chris Silman in the 240Z and A.J. Crater. Soon, AJ. Chris Hillman goes dead 1. He's like dead 9. What a bunch of ducks. I'm going dead 9. AJ leaves too early by a hundo, runs too quick by 4 thou. And now it's going to be Cindy Hawk left and Dylan Moody right. .482 to a 467. So again, not much handicap. The way we're lining them all up here in this round. I believe we got 14 cars, which should make 7 pairs. Dylan's been crushing it. Goes 113. And I think he may have had the numbers in backwards. Cindy Hawk, 18 on the tree, easing off, down at the other end. 113. Dylan picked a bad time to have a bad light. Of course, like I said, at this point of the day, it's not like there's any ducks left on the pond. Here comes DeAndre Fitzgerald left, Savannah Kidd right. In dial is negligible. Reaction advantage went to DeAndre Fitzgerald at 007. And that was more than Savannah can handle. She runs dead on 8, but left a little bit back here. Fitzgerald utilizes a 007 reaction time, takes 15 at the stripe. Here's Elliot Franco Sr. and Pat Neal. Elliot's in the dragster, Pat's in the Corvette. You could probably figure out the rest. How about the fact that these two are only separated by 200ths in dial? So again, we're going to have a pretty much side-by-side. Reaction times, identical. And then Elliott runs close to the dial. 16 on the 14 for the win. Pat goes 20 on a 16. Both drivers leaving 017 on the tree, identical. And Elliott keeps the nose out in front for the win. Gas and go, boys and girls.
Was there a message on the phone here about some?
Juniors, ready when you are. Pro ET, ready when you are. Sportsman, ready when you are. Super Pro, gas and go. Quick as you can get back, we're ready. Pro ET, if you're not here, you're in the wrong place because you're up now. Sportsman, we'll take you back as well. And Super Pro, fuel them, cool them, and head on back. Looks like our juniors should be ready for a trophy dash. In the left. Brad Hawk in the right. We could use a little glass in the window down there in the left lane. That would be helpful, please. Brad Hawk trying to keep his double dip going. And he's going to. I'm not sure what distracted Nick on the starting line, but when your reaction starts with a 1 this late in the day, that is a bold strategy against Brad Hawk, and it won't work. And it didn't work. Brad goes 44, 127 miles an hour. Nick had a decent run today, but it comes to an end here. And we'll take whoever's ready next, and I think that's going to be juniors. We've got the trophy dash. Coming up, we're going to start with the big kids. Allison Bollet, left. Cade Renault, in the right. Team FDI. That's Allison on the left side. Team Silver State. That's Cade on the right side. They're both dialed at 790. Both drivers get the signal. Both drivers 7.9 on the board. Both drivers on the tree. Only one's going to win. It's going to be Allison, 791. Making it happen. Cade goes 794. Comes up a little bit short. Allison had one in the bank, runs one above the dial. Didn't leave a whole lot of room down there. And Allison Bollet continues her pretty darn good week here. As I say, we saw Malachi rolling up, and I'm going, this is supposed to be the final. What happened to what happened to what happened to? Well, here comes Ariana. Last night, Malachi made it to the final round and came up short. Trying to make up for that here today. Ariana was not here Friday or Saturday. So this is her only shot to be going home with a little gold. They're both dialed 890, which is the floor of the 12-year-old and under category. First to move, Malachi. First to the stripe, Malachi. Taking a win, Malachi. 9 flat, 75 miles an hour, had some room. Ariana started the day this morning with a 001 reaction time, ended the day with a reaction time that she's not going to be very happy with. And that left the door wide open, which is why Malachi Phillips ran 9 flat and got there in front of an 893. So congratulations, Mr. Phillips. Final round last night, came up short. Final round today, close the deal. If you're still in competition, you either should be in the lanes or on the way to the lanes. It's as simple as that. Pro ET is back there, getting ready to go. Yes, we're ready for Pro. Sportsman going to be rolling in right behind them. And Super Pro, ready as quick as you can get here. Top off the tank, check the tires. Run the fan for a minute. Bring it. I got to tell you, I don't know who all the teams are, but the Hawks are certainly padding their team points today. Going to win it all on Sunday. Chuck and the Mustang. Taylor over on the right side in the pickup. Green on both sides. 8th mile. Chuck breaks out 3 thou. Taylor breaks out 1 thou. Taylor for the win. Chuck had the reaction advantage by 15, took the stripe by 17, and on the double breakout, those extra 2 thou did him in. Taylor for the win. Lonnie Andrezola on the left side. Tony Marconi on the right side. Camaro leaves first. Again, both tires away on the green. For the win, 662 on the 661. Marconi goes 6 flat on the 599. Lonnie gets a stripe by Hundo, and he gets the win. And here comes Joe Cox with the solo, and we are now down to 3. Semifinals in Pro. Looks like Sportsman is back there ready to go. Super Pro, need you. Please and thank you. Hey, how many football fans are out there? 693, 97 miles an hour. If I told you that Kansas City and Denver played today and the final score was 38-0, how many of you would go, oh yeah, well Denver won that game? 38-0. The Chiefs apparently had everybody I don't know, resting or relaxing or in the spa and getting ready for the playoffs because they had that lockdown anyway, but man. I'm all for resting your guys, but I don't believe I'd want to go into the playoffs knowing the last game I played I got shut out 38-0. But you know, what do I know? I think Andy Reid's in a higher tax bracket than I am. For the trophy and Sportsman, Russ Lindsay left. The gold Olds Omega and Kyle Fritz. The Firebird that I swear reminds me of Tomater. 7:43, the prediction for Fritz. So Russ Lindsay's going to leave first. Bumping ever so gently in. Winner goes home with the gold. He's out there. Here comes the bomb pop. Kyle's closing in, but Kyle's running out of room. Oh, dead on two. Kyle Fritz, nice job. 7:43 on the 7:43. That's a winner. 8:20 for Russ Lindsay on the 21. Couldn't get there. Again, both drivers are going to tell you they missed the tree, but Kyle was the better of the two, ran dead two, locked out Russ Lindsay. Congratulations to the bomb pop. Picking up the Sportsman win. All right, Super Pro rolling up. Pro ET is on gas and go. Everybody else is done and done. I cannot believe Kansas City got shut out 38-0. I realized they didn't have anything to play for, but there's got to be a little bit of pride, wouldn't you think? See what else we got going on here today. Oh, the Patriots won. Apparently you fire your coach and you win.
Okay. I think I just saw his too. Yep. Leroy? There's whatever day that was, Friday or Saturday.
Well, there's a whole bunch of guys in Cincinnati that are really anxious for the last 2 minutes to run in the Jets and Dolphins. We are ready for Super Pro. As soon as we get that golf cart out of the water box, we've got some snowbird sightseer decided to come check out Tucson Dragway and park his golf cart in the water box. I think that he'll probably move when the first pair rolls in.
Thank you. This was for today's? No. For you? No, for Dean. No. Probably. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Do you have anything for our pony yesterday? Tatum?
Let us have a look. What category?
Pro? Bye, Leroy.
Stand by, Bill.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Tatum?
Chris Silman left, Brad Hawk right. Brad Hawk is trying desperately to race himself in the final. Chris Silman's little 240Z thinks he can run 593. Brad has been just printing tickets, 478, 478, 478. When he has to. When he's got room, he's been, well, backing up a couple of hundo. As the sun has now dipped, everybody Everybody's got to be thinking about seeing the tree a little better. Brad Hawk goes red by 1. 001. As it gets darker, you see better. Silman runs dead on 1. He was 15 on the tree, so he was going to be hard to guard no matter what. But Brad Hawk, 1 thou on the wrong side. Jimmy Kelso and Elliot Franco. Is Elliot still in twice? I don't remember if he is or not. Both drivers leave too soon. Elliot Franco with the win. The math comes up 021 to 004, both red. Elliot Franco closer. Elliot Franco, winner. Here comes DeAndre Fitzgerald in the boo, and Cindy Hawk. I know everybody here knows, but I know so we've also got a few people following along on our live stream. Brad Hawk, who just ran a couple of minutes ago, is Cindy's son. Chuck Hawk, who ran a few minutes before that, is Cindy's husband, who's now standing on the starting line. Off on the green, the wagon's out there, the dragster's coming, the wagon's out there, the dragster's coming. Cindy got there first by 5 thousandths of a second and broke out by 9 thousandths of a second. 50 on a 49 for DeAndre Fitzgerald. That's going to be a winner. Cindy had no room, locked out by 4 thousandths of a second. Did a nice job at the stripe, but had to break out to get there. And DeAndre Fitzgerald moving on. And Brad, who moments ago was 001 red, still double entered. He's got the bye run this round. He'll be back in a moment. Pro ET, ready when you are. Gas and go. Pro bracket semifinals. Dun dun, dun dun, dun dun. Super Pro will take you the quicker the better. We got the Valiant, we got the pickup, we got the Camaro. That's what we got. The Camaro's going to come back and race in the final against one of these two. That's what we got. We got 45ers away on the green. That's what we got. And we got Joe Cox coming back. That's what we got. Dead on 5. Out in front by 007. Taylor Boeing, 28 on the tree, locked out. Got there second, broke out trying. I'm just looking at Kyle down here in the front of the tower. He took that big check and put it under the hatch of the Firebird. If he wins another one of those, he might be able to put them together and make a hood. Lonnie Anzola turns it red on the buy run, and we don't care. Goes 663. And now our final round is set. In Pro. We've still got a couple rounds of Super Pro, so quicker you can get back, the better. This is a public service announcement in case anybody's listening from CVS or Walgreens or Walmart or whoever the other one is. Sam's Club. I don't want the gift card. I'm not clicking on the link. Quit sending me emails. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell, but it needed saying. What a beautiful evening. We're missing one car. So if you're still in competition and you're not in the staging lanes, it's you. That's kind of like in every group of 5 people or more, there's at least one complete idiot. If you're looking around and you can't figure out who it is, it's you. That happens to me all the time. And I'm like, well, that guy's not an idiot. That guy's not an idiot. Well, she's not an idiot. Oh, geez, look, it must be me. All right, our car's here. Yay! Hey, remember, our lights are on. That means your lights got to be on, please. Still might make the kickoff. My goal, make kickoff. This would be the final. Joe Cox, Lanny Andazola. 694 for Joe, 661 for Lanny. The Plymouth and the Chevrolet, the last two standing in pro bracket at the end of the Hangover Nationals weekend. Ready. Green. Joe trying to hold on. Lonnie trying to close in. I see brake lights. I see wind lights. It's going to be a 694 on a 694. Joe Cox in command on reaction timer, ran dead on 2, and Lonnie had no chance. Locked out. 659, 103, crossing the stripe second, going too quick. Congratulations, Joe Cox. It is Super Pro time. Chris Sullivan left, Brad Hawk right. These two just raced each other a little bit ago. You may recall. Brad was 1 thou red, you may recall. But Brad was double entered, so he gets to come back and take another shot at Chris, and Chris is like, I beat him once, I'll beat him again, who cares? Off and running they go, the Z car, wow. Chris Silman goes 006, 594 for the win. Brad goes 16, staying safe on the green side, then goes 480 at 139. He went down there and dropped and came out on the wrong side of it. Chris Silman taking care of business twice with Brad. DeAndre Fitzgerald and Elliot Franco coming at you now. Elliott, red. 13 thou, red. DeAndre goes 647, 106 miles an hour. That's a winner. 15 on the 14 for Elliott. That wasn't a problem. The 13 was the problem. That was the red light. Super Pro, I need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, last call. Oh, come on, that was funny. At least a little funny. Not even at the ET booth yet. But we're ready. We're going to battle it out with the door cars. By the way, if anybody knows who won the team thing, let me know. Just because I'm curious. Congratulations, Mr. Cox. Nice job down there in the old Valiant. Hey, racers, while it's quiet, listen up. Do you sit out there and listen to me and Bruce and go, I could do that? Those guys are clowns. Well, Bruce is looking for an assistant. And believe me, I'm not trying to run him out of town. He and I had the conversation earlier. But if you thought, hey, announcing drag racing sounds like fun, that might be something I could do. Bruce is looking for somebody to come in and help out from time to time and, you know, potentially take over one of these days because, well, Bruce is old. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to take over the whole place, you can take over the whole place. But being serious, I mean, if there's somebody out there that thinks, you know, hey, that drag race announcing thing, that's something I'd like to take a swing at, come see Bruce. He'd love to talk to you and get you tried out and maybe get you started in the business. Hey, it worked for me a couple of years ago at the old Tucson Dragway. I went down, picked up the microphone, started making fun of my friends, and that turned out to be my career. Who knew? Who knew?
But the gift of gab helps a bunch.
It's important if you talk before you think, because if you think before you talk, that's not going to help.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Here, one more time. Cheese. Cheese. That's a really nice car, man. You guys got some really nice race cars around here. I don't get to come out here and check out the local cars very often, so I appreciate the invitation this weekend.
I think he should be back soon. I think he came and got the bucket. I don't know what's taking us. I'm working.
I don't know about you guys, but I can't be the only one, right? When your phone buzzes and it says Hughes and you hit the message and it says, hey, what are you doing this week? You go, uh-oh.
I don't know. What am I doing?
He's looking to put me to work. Like, hey, I got an idea. But when I told him $100 an hour and he said, how soon can you be here? I said, in a minute.
Be there right now.
I'll come in early, I'll stay late. Well, I see one of them rolling in back there. Is the other one back there too?
Yeah, Mark, yesterday or today? Today. I don't know if she's getting. Oh, she didn't have time to get it to me. Okay. Thanks, Mark. Take care.
One pair left in the weekend. Dun dun, dun dun, dun dun. 14 minutes from the kickoff. I think I'm going to make it. Probably won't make it home.
I don't know that I have yesterday.
It's on Sirius, channel 47.
Close circuit for Chris Citro. Thanks for the note. Appreciate that, sir. Close circuit for Tom Bear. Thanks for the air. Appreciate that. Close circuit to Robin. Thanks for the beer. Appreciate that. Is that it? I think that's it. Close circuit for Bruce. Thanks for sharing your office. Always appreciate that. These are the two cars we've been waiting for since Thursday at 9 a.m. I know there was a moment when you wondered if we would ever get here, and here we are. What? Don't judge. Don't judge. The final two cars rolling in. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the right. Chris Silman in the left. In a class populated by dragsters, we end up with a 240Z and a Malibu wagon in the final. Because drag racing. 594 the prediction for Sullivan, 648 for Fitzgerald. So the wagon goes first. And then the Z car on the chase. The 2025 Hangover Nationals at Tucson Dragway comes down to this. Both drivers off on the green. Separation at this end, 0.03 of a second. Separation at that end, 1,000th of a second. Chris Sullivan for the win. He left first by 003. He got there first by 001. 95 on the 94. Beats 48 on the 48. Both drivers doing a nice job. Chris Sullivan doing it 1 thou better overall. And congratulations to Chris Sullivan. The small block 240Z taking care of business here on the final day. Hey, reminder, if you are from out of town, thank you for coming. If you're from in town, thank you for coming. If you just hopped the fence, yeah, thank you for coming. I hope you bought a soda or a beer or something. If you want to spend the night, you can. If you don't want to load up and head out tonight, that's not a problem, but we do need to have the pits cleared by 10 a.m. tomorrow. So any of the out-of-towners, if you want to spend the night, get up and go in the morning, that is just fine. Just please be sure that we've got the pits cleared at 10 o'clock. Well, 2025 is officially underway. A lot of racing in the books. Gave away a few Wallies yesterday. Gave away a whole lot of cash over the course of the week. Appreciate Mother Nature for smiling on us all week. Appreciate Jim Hughes making sure that the place stays in business. Appreciate Paul for all that he does out here. Mike for making sure the operations take place. And, of course, Bill, who was kind of the guy who ran the show this weekend. But for all the staff and all the folks and everybody who pitched in and helped out, for all the volunteers, we really, really, really appreciate it. Glad to have racing back in Tucson. Glad to kick off the 2025 season as we do annually with the Hangover Nationals. Congratulations. Chris Silman is pulling up in front of the tower to get his picture made. Travel safe, everybody. I hope 2025 is good to all of us. We'll see you somewhere down the road. Oh, wait. Bruce has the last word because it's, well, his office.
Not at all. I just want to make sure to thank you for coming out. We, all of us out here, do really appreciate you coming out. Thank you, Alan. Mr. Alan Reinhardt, has been a pleasure to have you up in the tower with us. And we all appreciate everything that you do.
Well, I am a pleasure. You're right about that.
That's right. The pleasure is ours to have you here. So, by the way, guys, we still do have some checks up here for everybody. And Travis Ringgold, come on back. We found what we were looking for. So Travis Ringgold, come on back up all the way from Canada. We do have what we were looking for. That is up here, second floor of the timing tower. And, of course, I hope not up for Canada, but I got a whole bunch of envelopes up, or I'm sorry, a whole bunch of checks still left up here. And Travis Ringgold, fortunately we found what we were looking for. Got that one for you, and like I said, a whole bunch of other ones. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, it's our pleasure here at Tucson Dragway to have you, all you racers here. Thank you guys for making it so much fun for all of us. If you have had too many of the adult beverages, please pass the keys on to someone that has not. We want to see you all here, hey, for the monster trucks next weekend. Check, check.
Chris Silman, Look up in the tower.
Why not? Oh.
Andrea. Nope. Chris, you're ugly.